How many exalt is that? Like 15?
Is it enough?
We had a blast today. The entire first half of the stream was just a fucking laugh fest with Callie. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Just a couple of stories. We're starting a new webcomic or web what should we call it? Web novel called Stoner Girl Evolution. What do I need to get better at raids or something? No! Callie, aren't we supposed to be doing the podcast? I thought we were supposed to be doing the podcast while you were live. Well, both of us were live. So I'm so confused why you raided me. I mean, thank you, but like, are we doing the podcast or like, what's going on? Are we starting the podcast? Like, what's the plan here, bro?
Oh yeah, start the fucking podcast.
Okay, because the more you use your powers, the more you turn into the plant of those powers, and the most powerful plants are trees. So like oak trees, maples, and palms are like the most powerful spells. Is just a really cool idea of, and it made the fight super interesting because, you know, they'd stop and circle each other while frickin' basically touching tips with their rapiers, trying to like debate each other over who's right in the situation. And then they'd like lunge in, and then it's like, well, I don't care if I'm right or wrong at the end of the day, as long as I can impose upon you some sort of, or impose upon the crowd the idea that I've defeated you. Muad'Dib! The little mouse that jumps! The little desert mouse. He shall name himself Muad'Dib! Oh my god, we have a list within a list. Yeah, there's a lot of lists within lists. It is very much so structured. But then again, like I said, he's a professor. Like, this is what he does, right? So it just makes it easy format to transform into notes. But look what Smokey got me. He found this. He said, "Hi, I found your doppelganger." I thought it was fucking great. And I was like, I bet you this is what Smokey looks like in real life. I don't know anything about grammar or sentence structure or anything like that. I'm an idea reader. You can get the idea across to me. You should be able to get the idea across to the average reader. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. I fucking love it. New people today. Always good to see. New stories all the time. Building up our writing as we go. That's what it's all about, guys. So thanks for coming in. And we will be back again the same time tomorrow. As always, every day we are here. So we will see you then. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Pain recedes slightly. Maybe you can ask Callie, blessed. Callie, save me. We were talking about protein. Exactly, Callie. Creatine helps muscles absorb protein. I said that before, though. I'm so blessed. Queen, didn't I say that before? And then Blessed was like, no, the other one. True, guys. Jewid, 3 was Sid, Betov, 8, Buff. Sorry, smacked my head on my keyboard. So what you want me to ask, Blessed, is you want me to ask Queen. Guys, giving me a headache. No, Callie, no, not the headache. Oh no, wait, it's because the screen is too bright. Don't mess yourself up with bright screens, man. I always turn my screens down as low as I can. She's gonna be happy, Callie, because then she's gonna be like, she can show you her dark side. She'll be like, I've been waiting for this. I was so worried. She's like, I knew you were a bad boy. You've been a very bad boy. And maybe we'll watch it on stream as a debut. And we were also supposed to do a movie day today, but I was just like, yeah, no, that's not happening. And then that bitch attacked her, so she threw a bunch of drinks at the bitch. So what do you think she's gonna do next? tried and tested, but they keep falling further apart. Right? Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at her again. How's it going today? Oh boy, oh. You just gotta love it when you feel like you're the main character. I know I'm not the main character, but sometimes the world really tries to make me think that I'm the main character. So it's like, I kind of understand why people kind of have, like, main character syndrome. You're not even the NPC character. Oh, I know, like, I'm like the accumulated garbage data that's, like, you get from rounding out all of the numbers of, like, remainders of, like, equations, right? Like, I'm literally, like, an accumulation of the garbage code. That is the foundation of my existence. So I'm literally not even supposed to be in the game, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! I got a gimp in the toilet getting railed by an NPC character. Bitch, you're Donnie from Wall Street. I'm this guy. Hold on, I'm this guy. Bye. It's super afterpay.
One
Remember, without Hassan, we wouldn't have the Kaya memes, guys. This is all because of Hassan, okay? We have to all thank Hassan for this. It's literally, it's literally gonna be his legacy. It's gonna be so fucking hilarious. The only thing they're ever gonna remember is Kaya. Free Kaya! Morpie is better than Amaranth, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I think Amaranth is a little bitch. Morpie is like the mommy dommy that you want, right? Like, she don't take no shit. She gonna fucking knock you into the ground, you know? You're basically there to validate her existence, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Amaranth's like, stop sexualizing me, here's my tits. Oh, my husband made me do this, here's my badge. Oh, they made me do this. Here's my tits. Oh, look at this. I hold myself up. I'm not the one doing this. And Morpie's just like, guys, I invented a new meta. And she wore, like, green shorts. And then the image was literally, like, her ass green screened in, like, green shorts. Hell, it could have been fucking green body paint for all I know. And she's literally naked with body paint on. No one would know because it's a green screen, right? I mean, that's you gotta be in it for the game when you start inventing new metas about how to fucking, you know, make Twitch more sexual, right? Amaranth also posts fake porn, and yet people still buy it. What do you mean by fake porn? You mean just, like, not actually showing anything? To some people, that is porn. That's the problem with porn, right? Because to some people, having your clothes on is way sexier than having your clothes off. So, you know, if you just walked around naked, you'd actually be less sexualized. She simulates sex acts with people for her videos, but doesn't show anything and doesn't use a real dick. Well, I mean, like, see, the thing with that is that's like every creator. Like, I don't fault her for that. I fault her for being a little bitch and being like on multiple occasions has like been like, oh my god, I don't want to do all this sexual stuff anymore, and then her views go like this, and then she's like, okay, I'm gonna start showing my tits again, and then her views go back up, and then at some point in time she'll just be like, someone's forcing me to make porn, and then her views will go down, and then she'll start doing it again, and it's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. No, she has people in her videos, but uses a fake dick. But Relic, I'm not gonna fault someone for that. Right? Like, that's... I don't give a fuck about that. You don't want actual penetration because you don't want to cheat on your husband? Dude, that's totally fair. I'm not gonna fault anyone for that. It's the doing it and then saying that you don't want to do it, but continuing to do it, and then saying that, because, literally, if her husband was forcing her to do it and she didn't want to do it, she wouldn't have to do it. No, Relic, I'm pretty sure they pretend like they're having sex, but the person that she is, doing the stuff with isn't actually penetrating her. Right? But it's, implied that they are. Right? And there's a lot of chicks that do that, because... Well, it's not their penetration, right? It's like they're using either they're using something that foregoes the person actually having sex with them, right? But it's an actor with a dildo. Yeah, but it's like, I'm not gonna fault someone for that. I don't, who the fuck cares? That's not important, right? To me, at least, right? I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're just a fake. I mean, some people might find that hot, right? I mean, that could be a whole thing. It's the whining, bitching, and complaining that you're doing. You're being forced against your will to do sex acts, but you don't stop, right? And then it's like the drama is part of the show, which I fucking hate that kind of idea, because you're just crying wolf, and then if something actually happens, no one's gonna believe you. It's fucking bullshit. You're just making it worse for everyone. I'm not faulting her for it, but I don't understand why people buy it to the extent they do. Oh, Relic, people are retarded. And Relic, most of the times, this is a huge statistic. It's something like 20% of people that do online purchases, and this isn't just for sex, but it's a higher majority for the gacha games and sexual content, is people, kids stealing their parents' credit card and their ID. And it's the amount of people that are actually signed up for OnlyFans and shit like that don't realize that they are through proxy is 20%. So it's yeah, I totally understand. You just get a bunch of retarded 12-year-olds, steal their parents' credit card, and it's they're basically addicted to the person through a personality, right? Because people are attracted to characters, right? And if these OnlyFans girls have capitalized on creating a portfolio file, porn file for themselves, where it's they can get people to fall almost in love with their characters, so they just buy all their content, right? So they're not even technically buying it because it's sexual in nature. They're buying it because it's that person's sexual in nature, and that's the personalization of sex that I find is that's where I'm starting to realize that that might be my line in the sand, right? You can do whatever you want, but it's the same thing with if your job prospects are A gives you 1% of B, and A is 10 times to 100 times harder than B, why would not everyone choose B? And B is prostitution. Across the board for everything. Remember when she was scheduled to box someone and then came out with a illness to back out of the boxing a few days before the event, and the illness she said she had for years? I have no idea. I don't follow up on that shit. All I know is, don't say you're being forced into something unless you are. right? And it's like, this is another thing too, it's like all your shit is already out there. So he's like, oh, he's black, my husband's blackmailing me. Oh, so bad. Dude, your pussy's already out there. Just fucking get away. Like, what? Who cares? Yeah, the fake drama with her husband is so stupid. She's done it multiple times. Yeah, it's like, okay, once? Okay, yeah, sure. But now it's like, it was like fucking, like, every 2 weeks for like 6 months. It was like just a new fucking thing. It's like, shut the fuck up. This is just literally fucking, drama farming, right? Total fucking clickbait. But yeah, my only problem with prostitution and like porn and stuff like that is when it is such an easy option that everyone is doing it. Right? Because then it's like, okay, it's the same thing with like streaming or stuff like that, right? Like if everyone could make profit from streaming, technically the world would fall apart and the website would fall apart because no one would do anything else, right? Like, you can only have the entertainment jobs when you have the infrastructure jobs, right? My fave was the big fight they had, and then she went online and said, now I don't have to wear skimpy clothes and can be comfortable. Literally 3 streams later, she's in e-girl outfits again. Yeah, that's what I meant, because her views went like this. And then she was like, oh, people only watch me because I'm wearing skimpy clothes. She started wearing skimpy clothes, views went back up again. That to me is just the fakest shit ever. Just shut the fuck up. Be like Morpie. Just capitalize on your sexualization. No one gives a fuck, right? I don't know. I don't get it. And then people will be like, oh, if I don't sexualize myself, I can't become popular. And it's like, well, yeah, because you don't have anything to offer. Morpie actually posts full-blown porn. Oh, that's, yeah, no, that's another thing, too. It's like, Morpie is, like, unapologetically, here's my pussy. Right? Like, I'll have, like, shit pop up on my fucking just random porn pages for Morpie. Right? I don't think I've ever had anything pop up for Amaranth without actually, like, searching it, because it's not, like, actually something, right? But it's like, you know, she's been on the front page of Pornhub a couple times, let's just say that, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, boys? That shit get popular sometimes. Like, I bet you this new clip at some point in time with the GIMP suit, there's gonna be, like, a compilation in a month of, like, a bunch of, like, shots of, like, that kind of shit. And, yeah, that shit's gonna get, like, 1 million views on fucking Pornhub. Just the fucking way it is, man. And again, there's nothing wrong with that until you start making that the absolute norm, right? It needs to be an offshoot, right? Because it's like, the thing is, these people, like Morpie, right? They're innately sexual, right? So they're just living their best life. But, like, the other people are like, oh my god, if I want popularity, I have to show my tits. Oh, ho, ho. It's like, yeah, because you have nothing else to offer anyone. If you had something else to offer someone, then, you know, you wouldn't need your tits. Right? Unfortunately, you know, you don't do it as well as the guy that does it, so you're never going to be on top. And at the end of the day, that's kind of your problem. Right? If you can't produce content that's good enough to get someone to just watch you on your own, then you don't deserve to have viewers. I think that's the simplest fucking way of saying it. Right? 3, 2, 1, toe! And that brings me to hentai. And the reason why I like hentai more than I like actual porn. Because when I'm watching actual porn, there's a chance that, like, a thought will slip into my head about, like, is this girl doing this because she wants to? Is this girl doing this because she has to? is this girl doing this because she was groomed into doing this? Is this something that this person actually, like, likes doing and wants to do? And it completely ruins the immersion. But if it's hentai, I'm like, the person who drew this knew what they were doing! Let's go! Right? There's no, like, guilt associated with it, right? Like, through proxy. So for me, it's actually a moral decision. If you don't know and you can't tell if the person is legitimate in wanting to do the act, then don't participate in it, right? It's not like as a writer, it's not like, you know, some people say, well, as a writer, you have to take care of your characters. No, dude, I do whatever the fuck I want because it's fiction. I'm making shit up in my mind. I can do whatever the fuck I want to my characters, right? I can remove their eyes layer by layer, right? I can literally lobotomize them. I can hang them upside down by their toes and peel their fingers off one by one. I can literally do whatever the fuck I want to them because it's fictional. They're my characters, right? Yeah, and sometimes you can have an emotional reaction to them, like with Zayd, of killing Zayd. It's like, fuck, man, that's so good. But it's like the existence of the entire character, right? And it's like, that's the privilege of being a creator, is you have the power to do that. And as long as that equates out to a story and not just torture porn, I think that's fine. And even if it is just torture porn, I mean, fuck, man. There might be something, that might just be your manifesto, and there might be something wrong with you, and that's, again, the line in the sand of, yes, there is a point when fiction needs to be investigated, because it's like, hey, you know, are you the next Jeffrey Dahmer, or are you just having fun like Stephen King, right? Because there are people like Stephen King that's like, he's literally proven to God, at least for as far as I know, or at least as far as the public goes, his entire life without, like, popping the fuck off, and he's written some of the most dark, fucked up horror, I think, in literature. Like, at least within the last, like, 500 years. Aside from, like, you know, the dark, fucked up shit, like, you know, way back in the day, right? But just on a scale of horror and just, like, psychology, I think Stephen King is probably one of the most profound writers for horror.
When life gives you lemons, squeeze them in people's eyes!
Ah! When life gives you lemons, make sure you get scurvy anyways. True Relic. Okay, so then that comes to, so Relic, did you see this the blue versus red shit with the button?
Story time of how I let my cheating ass husband eat another man's kids straight out of my cooter. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. What the fuck did I just hear? What the fuck did this bitch just say? Yes, okay, we listen and we don't judge. So if you don't believe,
Well, it's because a guy came in her and another guy ate that came out of her. It's like snowball by proxy. You know, when like you come in her mouth and then she spits it back into your mouth.
Like, anything this man would tell me to do, I was fucking doing it, okay? Like, he had this weird, like, power trip over me. I don't know, it was just, like, weird on my part, I guess. So anyways, as time went on, obviously, we grew out of our honeymoon stage. We had a baby, like, blah, blah, blah. And this motherfucker started cheating on me. Yeah. And I would catch this man all the time, like, literally red-handed. It was right there in front of my face. And, like, this man obviously, like, had no empathy. He was a literal, like, psychopath. Like, he literally would be like, oh, you didn't unload the dishwasher last night, so I went out and cheated on you. Tell me I was fat. Tell me I needed to work out. Just a fucking douchebag. Like I said, the cheating started. I literally caught this man. This is the first time I caught him cheating, making out with our babysitter in our fucking pantry, in our kitchen.
That's fucked up.
There's literally not
That's
time
fucked
in the
up.
fucking day, maybe 2 days, to even go over all the shit that this man used to do to me, okay? But anyways, but we were still, like, trying to make it work. Not make it work because we were actually separated, just hadn't been through the divorce yet, but we were, like, still living in the same house, you know, having dinners together for our kid, you know, just, like, doing all
Together for the kid.
Obviously,
the saddest
like,
part of a
still
marriage.
seeing people, and, like, he was making it very obvious, like didn't give a shit, like, how I felt or whatever. It's like, I know we're not divorced yet, but, like, damn, have some fucking respect, you know what I mean? And I was like, why the fuck am I doing this to myself? So obviously it came time for us to actually go through with this divorce. I couldn't fucking take it any longer, so I was like, I need proof! What the fuck? I I had never like actually taken proof or documented proof of all the last times he had cheated on me. So I started going through this man's phone. I was like, I gotta find fucking proof. I want that alimony, honey. The one night when this man's in the motherfucking shower, I grab his phone. Obviously, I'm going through it, okay? I'm thinking I'm gonna find some, some pictures. I'm gonna find him talking to multiple women, some raunchy shit. Bitch, no.
He was smart about it?
His notes app. I don't fucking know how I went there, but like I'm in his notes app, okay? And I see a fucking, a very thought out, very curated list of things he hates about me. Literally, there's a whole title. It says stuff I hate about so-and-so. Me. Okay? Okay, motherfucker. I'm not even gonna go over what the fuck was on this list. Let's just say that half of it humbled me. Absolutely. I was like, you know what? Half that shit I can work on. Absolutely. And then the other half, I was like, you hate me for that? Like, that hurt my feelings. I washed and laundered your dirty ass motherfucking skid mark ass fucking drawers for how many years? You don't see me putting that on a list, do you? Fucking bullshit, right? Okay,
Fucking people, I don't understand. Get a duvet.
It was boiling.
Like, get a
days.
fucking duvet if you get fucking
Not
skid marks
just
in your
for the
fucking
list,
underwear,
okay? Not
dude.
just for the list.
That's
That list was
disgusting.
bad. That list was
The fuck?
bad. But for all the other shit he had fucking put me through. So what I did, I texted a few of my old situationships, few fuck buddies. You see what I'm saying, okay? So one texted back, thank God the hottest one, okay? So I was like, hey, let's get dinner tonight. So he agreed. He was like, fuck yeah, let's get dinner. Like, let's catch up, blah, blah, blah. So we went to a restaurant, bar, whatever. And listen, I don't know if it's just because I just been deprived here recently, or if it was the pickle martinis. I had a few of those. Or if it was the oysters. I have no idea. Because
You just went hard on his dick?
to his car. I ended up in the back seat of the car. And you know where that went. I have a fucking conscience, because honestly, once that was all said and done, I was like, holy shit, what the fuck did I just do? Like, I actually felt bad. Not that we weren't already going through the divorce, but like, I still just felt bad. I don't know why. I said, okay, listen, this was fun. So I said goodbye to the dude, whatever. I get in my car. When I get in my car, I pull out my phone, and it's a fucking video of him holding a martini. I guess he thinks I'm a whore for a martini, which I am, and a fucking spicy cube between his teeth. And he says, hey, get home. I have a spicy cube waiting for you. Let's do this. Let's fix this. Like, talking about our marriage. Like, motherfucker, you couldn't have said that shit yesterday. Not that it's gonna fucking change shit, because you mean after all the fucking trauma and shit you put me through, listen, I'm a weak bitch. I'm a weak bitch, because when it comes to a tall, blonde-headed, tattooed man with a foot long hair, everything that had just happened an hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that, left my brain. Let all those memories. I don't even know what happened. And he went down there, and he went down there. Oh yes, and did that. Yeah. He sucked that shit right out of there. Motherfucker, if you're watching this. Oopsie. I woke up the next morning. I felt fucking terrible. Like I said, I have a conscience. Until he did this shit. I hear the doorbell ring. Yeah. And it's a person standing right there, and he hands me divorce papers, and he says, you've been served. This motherfucker. You mean to tell me you knew I was out on a date, and your jealous ass literally tried to reel me back in, just so you could get one last punani hurrah? Oh, hell nah. And everything that I felt bad about went straight out that fucking window, because...
Yeah, sometimes... See, guys are also douchebags. It's not just women. It's just douchebags in general. This is the problem. We need to get rid of douchebags. We need to not worry about, we don't care if they're black, we don't care if they're brown, we don't care if they're men, we don't care if they're women. If you're a douchebag, get the fuck out. Right? Now, like, there's a difference between, like, joking and, like, reality, right? Like, in real life, in, like, an actual situation, like, I'm a fucking gentleman. But, like, in my comfort zone, inside of my own space, because I know that people in this space, or anyone I care about in this space, knows who I am, it allows that alleviation of jokes, right? But it's not like I'm at Walmart fucking making these jokes, right? I'm making other jokes at Walmart, but like, you know, you gotta know the location that you're in, and the biggest problem is when you're in your safe space and someone says you're not allowed to do that in your own safe space. Bitch, I built this space. Get the fuck out of here. You don't want to be here? Don't fucking be here. I ain't forcing you to be here, right? That's what I hate about the internet. People act like they're forced into, like with Callie, of being like, oh, just block Jam. And he's like, oh, but I can see his messages on the screen. It's like, okay, well, if you really have a problem with it, then leave the stream. Well, I don't want to be bullied away from getting the stream. Well, that's your problem because, like, you know, if you can't handle that kind of shit, I mean, maybe you shouldn't be on the internet to begin with, right? 3, 2, 1, toe! Yeah, so I was wondering, Relic, have you gotten this question on your timeline? The blue and red button question. Because I'd never seen this before, and then last night I saw like 50 different posts of it, and then I woke up and the first thing Asmon did on his stream was talk about it, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, how does this shit always happen? It was... First, fuck Asmon. No, I haven't. Okay, so... Everyone in the world has to take a private vote by pressing a red or blue button. If more than 50% of people press the blue button, everyone survives. If less than 50% of people press the blue button, only people who press the red button survive. Which button would you press? And it's kind of a selfishness versus society. Yeah, I think most people in the Western society would push blue simply because blue just means nothing happens. Perfect. But people that only think about themselves, that can't think ahead, will choose red because all they see is, oh shit, if I don't press the red button, I'll die. That's literally all they see. And it's like, this should be a citizenship test. If you pick the red button, you can't be an American. But there's a chance those people who pressed red will be the ones... No, Relic. If you press red, there's no chance of you dying. If you press red, you cannot die. But if you press blue, and everyone else presses red, you die. So it's like a community thing. You just press blue because you just assume everyone would press blue, because why wouldn't you press blue? But selfish people see, oh shit, if not enough people press the red button, or the blue button, then I'll die, so I'll press the red button. So you're willing to fuck everyone else over because of your selfish nature. So it's like, I think if you take a citizenship test and you press the red button, you should not be allowed in the country. In a Western country. Because you don't believe in society if you're willing to press the red button. Because if you press the red button, you kill people. If you press the blue button, you don't kill people. And that's what a society looks at. A selfish person who's not part of a society only looks at the fact that, hey, I'll survive if I press red. They don't think that pressing red button is actually what's killing people. So by pressing the red button, they're actually potentially pressing the button that will kill people. And that's like a fundamental misunderstanding of Western civilization. Like, Asmon said this, and I think it's 100% true. Okay, I'm just gonna say this, like, what? How do you say this? nation did Western civilization take laws from? As well as what okay, actually what let's do this. Civilization did Western nations take their laws from, as well as what civilization did they take their philosophy from, and what civilization did they take their teachings did they adopt for their morality? Because we all know Western civilization is Roman law, Greek philosophy, Christian morals. The absolute foundations of all of Western civilization. Those three basic ideas and what they encompass.
There's a particular set of rules that you must remember if you are to camp alone.
That makes
Now,
sense.
The first rule of camping alone is
Don't
never set up your tent at night.
Yeah.
Because this is when you are the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you cannot keep focus on what's behind you,
Yeah.
what's around you.
Yeah.
Because
True.
you're focused on putting up the tent.
True.
The second rule is always have a fire going. No matter what time of day it is, always keep that fire going.
Yeah, because if the fire goes out...
The third rule that you must remember if you're camping alone is when you go in your tent at night, make sure it is completely sealed up. No holes, make sure everything is zipped and closed, because it's believed that stuff can even come in through the tiniest of cracks.
Yeah.
Now,
true.
The fourth rule...
If they can... Remember, it's like an octopus. If they can fit their beak in it, they can get through.
Never make noise at night. You should never whistle. You should never sing.
Yeah.
You should
if you talk in your sleep, do not camp.
Now, the fifth
do not camp.
Which is the most important, is always have some sort of entertainment. Keep yourself occupied. Have some music.
Read a book.
An audio book. But never let yourself start to wander and let your mind go, because that's when they invade
and they come in now, and they'll start fucking with your mind. You start hallucinating, and the next thing you know, you're running through the snow naked.
Camping alone up in the Rocky Mountains. So he heads up to the spot, and he sets up his tent and gets his campsite ready.
As the sun's coming down,
he remembered that, there were all these sounds of wildlife and the wind blowing, and it was just very peaceful and sort of like musical. And he said, he had his dog with him, and they sat around the fire for a bit, and it started to get late, so he decided to go into his tent. So as he goes in his tent, his dog lays over to the side of him, and soon he begins to doze off.
Wait, he's got his dog with him?
Well, at some point in time in the night,
he
awakes to something shaking his tent. And he said he could hear this voice saying,
what?
Please come out of the tent. Like, I need help. Help me.
Wait, what? Trump got evacuated from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Possible shots fired. Rushed off stage. Heavily armed U.S. agents. See, this is what I don't understand about news. Why is the headline for this one possible shots fired? Like, why is that the first stance? Instead of it just being like, because most likely it was probably just a threat was called in, or there was a trespasser on the premises, but I don't think someone actually fired shots. Wait, this one? I just listened to it, though. And look at the people, like, no one's getting up, no one's freaking out, no one's doing anything. I mean... I mean, authorities confirm suspect has been neutralized. Damn. Yeah. Because, like, in this one, right, it's like Trump's gone, but look at all the... Like... But you can see them, like, right here, right? That's crazy. So it's like, that's, like, pretty much basically guaranteed, right? See, and here it is. There are two buttons in front of you. This button shit is, like, popping off. The shooter opened fire in the lobby. The shooter is dead. Here, shots ring out in this video. Leftist violence must end. Now, if it turns out to be some fucking trans fucking Karen bullshit, I'm like, guys, we gotta start following the money, right? Like, this isn't natural, right? Like, this is completely fabricated in every way to make people, like, tell as many extreme lies to the most extreme and violent people. Shooter has been killed and the Secret Service has canceled the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Trump apparently said he does not want it to be canceled. Well, okay, this is the problem, Relic. If they cancel the Correspondents' Dinner, the shooters win. Also, I hate the left news and right news. We know nothing about it right now. Let's stop blaming sides media. I agree, Relic. And I think literally, like, this is what I think, Relic. If, like, they should be held to higher standards. Like, I love this, that it's like an open secret that everyone knows that the media lies. Okay, well, the media lies, take away their publishing license, take away their reporting license. Be like, why did you take our shit away? Because you lied. You can't lie. The whole point of, like, having, like, a media, like, pass is so that you have, like, a higher level of standard so that people don't have to do retarded amount of research to know that what you're saying is true. But the biggest problem now is media is so fucking fake, and is allowed to be fake, and isn't punished for being fake, that we're basically in an age of, what is it? Like, hyperbolic news. Because everyone just goes crazy for the most, like sensational news, right? The craziest thing. And then that's not even what it is. It's just, and everyone only reads the headline. Because we're all fucking TikTok brained. But I think if they stop the Correspondents' Dinner, that's like letting the terrorists win. You don't let the terrorists win. You say to people, the night might have been ruined, and if you want to leave, that's totally acceptable, right? But we're not going to let the event get taken over by these terrorists. We're not going to let them win. We're not going to let them show that they're actually intimidating us. They don't mean anything, right? That's the power play. And even if it's just Trump sitting there saying, like, just trying to make a statement for people of being like, we need to stop letting these people intimidate us, and we need to do something. Also, I'm a leftist. I'm a Democrat. That being said, I don't like Trump. I don't support Trump, but I also don't want him to be killed. That's not the way. Exactly, Relic. Like, I support, like, immigration, and I think that's probably one of the only things I support with Trump. Because I know how bad it is here in Canada, too. I couldn't imagine what it's like in the States with 10 times our population. You literally have more immigrants than the population of Canada. Like, illegal immigrants than the entire population of Canada. Like, what? 10%? Statistically, 10% of the babies born are anchor babies. What? That's literally more than the entirety of Canada. But also, how the fuck did you get a gun in the White House Correspondents' Dinner? That's another thing, Relic. What the fuck? Who was the shooter that was able to do that if they're just some random guy? And it's like the saying, right? If you look like you belong, no one asks any questions. I'm wondering if it was someone posing to be staff. But it's like, yeah, that also brings into question, like, security, right? Like, what's your security and what's your, like, vetting process? Is it the same for the amount of people that get into the country? Right? It's just one of those things where it's like this is the problem with it is we all know that even once you have an answer to the problem, it takes a long time for that answer to be implemented. So if at this point people don't even have an answer to it, it's going to take another 4 to 8 years, or it's going to take 4 to 8 years to implement the answer that they find, when they finally do find an answer. So you have to think, if they came up with an answer right now, and they solved the problem right now, and they never stopped solving it until it was fixed, it would still take 4 to 8 years for it to get fixed. And during that time that it's getting fixed, it's going to get like 10 times more extreme. Right? It's like, look what's happening with all the shit with like, what is it? Maybe this will go with it. Woman throwing glass bottles in door. Is this it? Can I find it? This fucking woman? No, there's this like fat black bitch that was like just because EBT doesn't cover like junk food and shit anymore. So she went into like a 7-Eleven and she was literally just like threw like fucking 50 glass things on the ground, literally pulled like everything and just like freaked the fuck out. And it's like, these are the people that we're giving welfare to. This person is, if they're able-bodied enough to go throw shit around, why don't they have a fucking job? Why are they getting welfare? Right? Like, that's my question. That's what fucking pisses me off. I don't mind paying for people that can't work, but if you just don't want to work, or you're fat, shut the fuck up, bitch. Like, what the fuck? And you're fat, you're not starving. That's true. There was a couple that was able to get into the house dinner in 2009 just because they looked like they belonged. They dressed up and showed up, were not on the list yet, still got in. Yep. Yep. Because, and the biggest problem, Relic, is because people think that, like, vetting people and stopping people from going places is racist. And I have a personal experience with this. And to this day, no one in my family or my brother-in-law's family can explain this. So we had a backyard wedding for my sister. And there was this guy there who was like, it wasn't necessarily like fucking fat as shit, but like, you know, he had a dad bod and shit, and he was shirtless, and he was just like eating all the food and like drinking all the booze. And I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? I'm like, is this like some, like, one of Jordan's like dudes and stuff? And I'm like talking to Jordan, like, is this one of your guys? He's like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Maybe he's like extended family or something like that. And to this day, we have no idea who the fuck this guy was. We think it was just some random guy who found out about the wedding and just showed up at our house. And just like ate and drank shit and then just fucking left. We're just like, what the fuck just happened? There for like 2 hours, and we just kept asking everyone at the party. We didn't want to be rude. We just kept asking people at the party. I was like, I don't know who the fuck that guy is. It wasn't like he was making a disturbance. It was just he fucking stood out. Like, what the fuck? Is this a party crasher? Or a wedding crasher? Like, what the fuck? But it was like, he wasn't making enough of a disturbance for us to be like, confront him, right? We're just like, eh, whatever. I mean, he seems like he's having a good time. Fuck it. Could be plenty of food and shit left over anyways. Not like he's fucking doing anything, you know? But it just makes for a good fucking story at the end of the day. So I'm like, if that had been me in a random house in a random place in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, I could not imagine. And you just don't want to vet people for shit? Like, oh my god. Oh my god. See, and Relic, I used to be a Democrat, right? And Canada's like democratic, right? We're not a republic in the same kind of sense that America is. But it's like, now I understand why you have a republic, right? But I still think that, like, a democratic constitutional society is better than a republic constitutional society, because in the republic you still have those 50 people that have, like, more say than, like, most of the people, right? And as we're saying, like, my biggest problem with, like, if you look at, for instance, Bernie Sanders, right? Like, I think Bernie Sanders is a perfect example. Look at Bernie Sanders in 2008. He represented the Democratic Party. And now look at the Democratic Party in 2026. And people say that, like, the foundation of democracy has changed. No, the Democratic Party has changed. The Democratic Party isn't the Democratic Party anymore. Like, the beliefs that the Democrats had 15 years ago are not the beliefs they have now, because they've warped them to extremes, right? And it's like most Democrats, at least from like what I've seen, can't, like, will not accept a common ground, right? So, like, I feel like it's kind of shifted me away from that side of being like, I still hold those values, but I don't hold those people. And that's why I think we need to get away. I think running for, like, office should be anonymous. And people just... So basically what you do as a candidate, right, is you, like, pick your policies, right? So let's say you have a policy list, right? You take that policy list, and then you have people vote on those policies. And then if you want to be the representative, you pick what policies you want. And then at the end of the vote, you add up who voted for, like, you know, which majority side voted on each issue. And then you pick the candidate that aligned with all of those. So you could potentially have just as many candidates as you did voters. And you would just have to find that needle in a haystack of the person that picked the right combination that the nation wanted. And then you hold that person accountable to it. I think with our technology and our level of success in society, in Western society, that is how voting should evolve. And like I always say, if you're willing to do online banking, you should be willing to do online voting. Because if your vote gets stolen from you, you know, it's like people could say, oh, boo-hoo, whatever, right? And I mean, you probably shouldn't say that, but it's like, but hey, man, if all of your money gets stolen, you can't pay your mortgage, you lose your house, you're living on the street. I don't know, I'd say most people would say, would you rather lose your vote or lose your money? And I think 99% of people would say they'd rather lose their vote than lose their money. So why don't we have online voting? And why don't we have a policy-based online voting? Where people could, like a Wikipedia almost, where people just write policy. And people can vote on that policy. And of course, you need voter ID for this. So you have to literally have like a government database and everything like that. What I can't wait for, what I want, is I want voter ID to come out, and it's not a government database, and basically everyone's information in the entire world gets leaked, and there's nothing anyone can do about it, and everyone just gets fucked over, and then we all sit back and laugh and say, this is why you need a government validation ID system if you're going to implement like government ID on the internet. Because you're literally going to have to give your ID to every single site that you go to on the internet. You put a new, like, you erase your cookies, and now you have to re-upload your ID to every single website that you go to on your browser. Give it 10 years, and, like, that's going to be... And then corporations are going to basically do that, where it's like, oh, well, actually, now you have to, like, pay a subscription in order to get this app, in order to do this thing. Like, I'm surprised they don't have, like, a universal jobs app that you have to pay a subscription monthly for that is the only way that companies allow you to apply for jobs. And if you don't have money to buy the app, then you're too poor to apply for a job. And you just get kicked out of society. The ultimate dystopia. 3, 2, 1, tote! Oh shit, I need drink. I don't have any drink. Yeah, I mean, there's rushes, you know. Some days are, you know, sometimes they're in, sometimes they're out. It is what it is, right? I don't do myself any favors, right? Like, I don't promote myself. Like, I don't fucking really do anything. I mean, I was focusing on YouTube, and now I'm just focusing on writing. I'm tired of just like, hey, you know, let's try and do these small things on the side. I'm actually like, nah, let's just fucking write Stoner Girl Evolution. We'll spend every waking second thinking about it, developing the story, the characters, and just putting all of my energy into that, cause that's what I want to do. So I think that has definitely driven people away, right? Because it's like rotations, right? People come in and they're here every day for like 3 months, and then they go watch someone else for 3 months, right? But I haven't like been on the prowl for like new people, right? Because normally I'd be like in streams, talking to people, promoting myself, and like doing shit like that. But like the last couple of months, I've just like literally stopped putting my energy into everything else, because I just don't have enough energy to be creative and like think about the book. I'm always just thinking about other things. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. And it has a noticeable effect, because there's not just random people coming in here that are like, you know what, this guy was talking in this stream earlier, he was talking about his stream, says he's a writer, let's go check out his stream, right? So it's absolutely 100% my fault. And like, I think that's why a lot of creators burn out, is because like when you have like, let's say like 300, 400 viewers, and you're like actually doing this as like a living, you literally can't afford to have freedom, because it's statistically relevant that if you move away from the content that the majority of the people watch you for, you will lose your audience. And sometimes you'll never regain an audience once you've lost an audience. So there is this fear of losing everything that I just simply don't have, and probably never will have, because I don't need the money. This isn't like... if I made $1 million tomorrow, it wouldn't change anything, right? Like, the only thing it would change is, like, I might be able to buy my own house. But why would I want my own house? Then I'd be lonely. I can't drive, so I'd have to have people pick me up. So it's like honestly, living on my own is just not a, like, because of my seizures. Like, I don't want to live on my own. What if I have a seizure? I fucking die, right? Like, there's, like, just specifically for me, for my situation, it's like, honestly, owning my own house and living alone isn't even really a practical option. So even having enough money to, let's say, buy my own house wouldn't really change anything. It honestly just make me probably even, like, that would probably actually cause problems, because I'd be like, well, should I buy my own house? And it'd just create a problem, whereas I'm like, well, I can't, so it doesn't really matter, right? It's like, me and my brother's plan is to live here until my parents die, inherit the house, and basically that's it. And then either one of the, and like we said, we have the agreement, like, whoever gets married first, the other person lives in the basement. Like, and we're pretty sure neither of us are going to get married, let alone both of us. So, you know, at the end of the day, if he gets married, he'll probably just move out, right? But then, again, that'll leave me alone. So there's another point of, like, you know, at what point in time would it be like, well, I just need to get, like, roommates just so I'm not living alone, just in case I have a seizure, right? It'd be like a practical reason for having roommates, right? So it's like, I can literally do whatever I want and be creative. And the only thing the stream for me is, it's holding me accountable so that I don't just wallow away and only think in my head. It forces me to get everything out, right? And to interact with people and stuff like that. So it's like, for me, just turning the stream on is enough. Like, that's the change that matters. Is just simply turning the stream on.
Do I remember this from Pokemon? Okay.
Dude, I saw one today of, like, based Ash in, like, season 1. This shit was so fucking funny. And I remember this shit, like, him just making the fun of Misty at, like, every point in time. And they call it misogyny now, but we called it, like, this is what I don't understand. Okay, this is how I'll explain it. When you're, like, 10 years old, girls have cooties. And you don't want to be around girls, because girls have cooties. And you don't want cooties. Fuck that shit. So, like, for 10-year-olds, 8-year-olds, like, kids that are actually watching Pokemon, like young boys, right? Making fun of Misty is, like, their shit. And it's not misogynist. It's kids being kids, because that's how kids act. Like, a brother saying that their, like, little sister is, like, you know, like, ew, you're gross. You have cooties. Like, go away. This is my fort. You're not allowed in the fort. The fort's gonna get cooties if you get in it. Like, I remember being like, I have a younger sister. I remember being like that to my sister. Like, me and my brother, like, get the fuck out of here. Like, like, thinking about it, like when I was older, I was like, man, it must have sucked to been my sister. Because, like, I mean, this might have been the reason why she was a fucking bitch. Because me and my brother just, like, basically, like, bullied her. Like, we were dicks. We were absolute assholes. Like, literally, we made her believe, because we were older, right? So we just didn't get that she didn't get that we were just fucking around. So she, like, believed us and shit with, like, all this stuff. So it was like, we literally had to, like, detrain her on all this shit of being like, no, that's not actually true. Like, we were just fucking with you because we're dudes, right? So it's like, she actually believed that she had, like, a disease called cooties. And she would, like, talk to my parents about it and shit. My parents were like, what the fuck? And me and my brother were like, yeah, we're kind of dicks. Our bad.
Do I remember this from Pokemon? Okay. Oh, it's Ash. So, wait, which region is this in? This like Johto? Or something? Because it looked very old. Metapod. Pincer? Well, hold on, wait. Who the fuck is he fake? Is that a bug catcher or something? Pincer?
What?
Ash had Metapod for like less than an episode. It had to be like one episode, bro, because he got Butterfree hella fast in the show. This the Indigo League? What? How the fuck does his opponent have a Pinsir? Wait, is this the Viridian Forest? Bro, how the fuck you got a Pinsir in the Viridian Forest? Bro, I had to go to Celadon City to get a fucking Pinsir. You gotta be kidding me, son. I always hated this shit, because it was never... Stop! Oh my God, I don't remember this shit, bro. I was 4 years old watching. I don't remember none of this shit. You mean to tell me how you gonna call back Pinsir? That's not how hard it worked. Harden didn't do no damage. All it did was make you endure damage. I ain't gonna call back your Pokemon off of Harden, bro. It's a fucking Metapod. Ain't nobody ever retreat out of battle because of a goddamn Metapod. Yo, this is ridiculous, son. I can't believe this motherfucker got a
Metapod versus Metapod.
It's starting to come back to me now. It's starting to come back to me now, son. I always hated the way they did season 1s in anime, son, or cartoons. It's some bullshit. When I was playing the game, I couldn't get no fucking pincer until I had to go and earn money. Where you had to get in Celadon City or some shit, you had to go and trade. I had to barter to get a Pokemon. This motherfucker got a pincer in Viridian Forest, and you had to call it back for a goddamn Metapod. I'm done, son. No, I'm done.
These NPCs don't know how to play a fucking game.
Pokemon from its inception. Every piece of bullshit, Ash, Misty, or Brock, Team Rocket, Giovanni, it don't matter who the character is. They do some bullshit, I'm calling it out, son. I've had enough. I've had it up to here. This shit stops today.
This bullshit has got to stop. Enough is enough, and it's going to stop.
All right.
Things are going to have to change around here.
I wonder if I can find... Can never find it. It is what it is. Tried. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Western nations drew fundamental legal philosophy and moral system primarily from the three ancient civilizations: ancient Greece for philosophy, Rome for law, and Judeo-Christian. See? Boom! There you go. There you go. The three pillars of Western civilization. Roman law, Greek philosophy, Christian morals. The way that you should live your life, because it's developed the greatest civilization, actually the greatest civilizations, and basically the only civilizations on the planet, right? Like, if you look at Saudi Arabia and, like, how the Middle East is developed, think about this. Why has the Middle East, like, developed the way that it has over the last 25 years? It's because they're embracing Western values. Women being able to vote. Actually, I don't even know if women can vote. I know women can drive now. And that was only since, like, 2018 or some shit like that. Like, women can drive. Like, women have, like, more freedoms. Like, they're doing the whole alcohol tourism thing. Like, the second they start adopting, like, Western values, like, their entire civilization just, like, increases. It's like, what does that tell you about Western civilization? And now we look at Western civilization, we imported third world values, and look where we are now. Right? Like, it's... Look at all of history if you want to know. Barbarians at the fucking gate. We are literally Rome, and we're too fat for our armor. And we get invaded after 70 years of not being attacked, and we literally don't know what the fuck to do. You know? It's like if you have, like, a self-sustaining, like, defense mechanism, and then generations later the defense mechanism fails, no one knows how to fix it, but no one knows how to fight on their own. And then you just get wiped out by basically retards. Because, like, you literally suffered so much from success that you lost. 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright. So, Relic, how do you want to do this? do you want me to rant more for Stoner Girl, or do you want to just get into the reading? Fair enough. No one ever wants to just hear me rant about my book. Fuck. No one just wants to hear me brainstorm and just sit back. Everyone just wants me to read their shit. Fucking bullshit. Fucking goddamn give you options and always choose selfish one, bitch. God damn it. Why do I suck so bad? Oh, I try. That's why. Alright. Chapter 25. Surveillance. Man in the mirror hardly looked like a detective anymore. Grimes stared at himself under the buzz of a single bathroom bulb. The yellow light, too bright to look directly head-on. His reflection was washed in fatigue, skin pale from sleepless nights, jawline rough with a salt and pepper beard that had lost the balance. More gray now than anything else. Silver threaded through his hair, caught the light when he leaned closer, studying the lines that had deepened around his eyes. He splashed cold water on his face, but the sting didn't wake him, at least not the way he'd hoped it would. It only sharpened the headache that seemed to live behind his eyes. Holy shit, uh-oh. Oh man. I think I might have a seizure. Major, no, like, oh. Somehow I just know this is Callie's fault. Oh. There's a possibility. That was insane deja vu reading that. Like, I've had a dream about reading that exact line, like a recurring dream. And just giving me that stomach fucking drop feeling. And it's like I'm just like, ugh. Feels like I'm gonna fucking just drop. Like remembering something that you're not supposed to. Silver threaded through his hair, caught the light when he leaned closer, studying the lines that had deepened around his eyes. Splashed cold water on his face, but the sting didn't wake him, at least not the way he had hoped it would. It only sharpened the headache that seemed to live behind his eyes. The walls felt too narrow. The steam in the mirror started closing in, and he counted to 3 before exhaling, forcing himself to move. Toothbrush, razor, shirt, each motion deliberate, methodical, like a man rehearsing normalcy. You don't have to, Scotty, if you're feeling under the weather. No, I'm better now. It was just like a trigger moment. Like, literally like recalling a fucking memory of a dream. But I'm fine now. House was its usual quiet, no radio, as all it seemed to be was propaganda for the city. When he stepped out of the bathroom, the silence pressed in thicker. On the table, by the window, a calendar glared at him in near blue ink. September 10th, 1984. His birthday. 34. Should have felt something about that. He didn't. Grimes pulled on his jacket and holstered his badge, metal catching the dull morning light. Waking to the front door, cracked open the door to Damon Street and froze halfway through. 2 black Crown Victorias rolled past, slow enough to be deliberate. Their engines barely whispered. Both cars were identical, black on black, chrome-polished government issue. The men inside might as well have been carbon copies. Black suits, white shirts, black aviators, kind of haircuts that didn't show vulnerability, individuality. You could feel their eyes on him. Behind their tinted glasses, they didn't stop, they didn't wave, they just passed one after the other, disappearing at the corner. Grimes stood there too long, one hand on the doorframe, the other gripping the strap of his holster. His early light slanted over the street, hitting the white picket fences and painted mailboxes like a photograph that wouldn't fade. Everything was quiet again, too quiet. Stepped off the front steps and headed straight for his 82 Chevy C10. The windshield was dust-caked. On the lawn, the newspaper waited neatly, folded in with surgical precision, packed in a see-through orange plastic bag. The headline could be seen right through the bag. Serif typeface as every week before it. It read, Cinder Gazette, 25 cents, Saturday, September 10th, 1984. Cinder, the best place to live. Carried it to his truck and tossed the ball of newsprint onto the passenger seat. Landed with a hollow sound before he turned the key. He looked at it again. Didn't like the way it just sat there, the headlines still half visible through the bag. He exhaled through his nose, opened the door and got back out. Walked the 10 feet to the metal trash bin by the walkway, lifted the lid and dropped the paper inside, muttering a good riddance as it fell into the bin. For a moment, he thought the edge of the paper twitched, but he shrugged it off as his mind played tricks again. Shut the lid harder than he meant to. When he climbed into the truck, the steering wheel felt slick against his palms. Grimes adjusted the rearview mirror, habit, not necessity, and caught his own tired eyes again. The engine started on the 3rd turn. The sound was a bit too loud in the morning stillness, but he didn't care. Pulling away from the curb, a curtain in the house across the street shifted. Just a fraction. Enough to notice, not enough to prove anything. Grimes drove off towards the town, the sky pale with spots of blue from the rising sun. In his side mirror, the trash bin stood exactly where he left it, the lid trembling faintly in the breeze. Somewhere between Damon Street and Main, his mind slipped into a gray hum that came after too many days pretending things were fine. Streets of cinder always looked the same anyway. Washed concrete, trimmed hedges, the same signs posting cinder, the best place to live. Like a mantra meant to drown out the truth. Grimes was tired of the phrase, tired of hearing it, tired of reading it. By the time he pulled into the back lot of the station, the sun had climbed high enough to bleach the color out of everything. The air wavered with heat, but it wasn't the warm kind. It was sterile, dry, lifeless. Cutting the engine, he sat there for a while, letting the thick of the cooling motor fill the cab. Caught his reflection faintly in the windshield, and wondered if he'd always looked this worn out, or if cinder had been aging him from the inside out. Inside the station, Grimes walked past dispatch. Frank gave a nod with a "mornin'," while Kathy didn't look up from her crossword puzzle. Routine, safe, pretend. His office door stuck halfway open, same as always. The room felt smaller than it used to be, more cluttered. Dropping into the chair, he leaned back and stared at the abnormally large stack of paperwork waiting for him. Traffic citations, noise complaints, and vandalized stop signs. None of it actually mattered. He used to patrol the streets and go out on cases. Now he was chasing parking meters as discipline. A few hours went by. It didn't seem like he got through much of the towering reports. Grimes wondered how much of it was just busy work. He glanced over at Rook's desk, empty, cleared out completely. Not a photo, not a mug, not even a single note left behind. The absence left him with a feeling inside that didn't sit well. He stood, walked over, and ran a thumb along the smooth, dustless surface. There hadn't ever been time for dust to settle. While walking back to his office, Chief Black appeared behind him, and Black in the doorway, one hand on the frame, eyes avoiding his. Oh, scoozy. One hand on the frame, his eyes avoiding his. She was reassigned, Black said flatly. Quiet transfer out of state. Grimes didn't turn around. That so? Yep, orders came in last night, right before midnight. Paperwork's gone already, gone through. That's what I figured. And fucking Rook's gone. Grimes sat at his desk and looked up at Black. Is that the story, or am I gonna find her out there in the desert too? Maybe with some fucked up footprints leading to the farmhouse. Black didn't answer right away. He stepped into the room, the floor creaking against his weight. Keep your head down for now, he said softly. We'll be back in the field soon enough. Grimes leaned back in his chair. Is that how you lived with yourself all these years, keeping your head down? The words landed harder than he expected. Black's jaw tightened. For a moment, it looked like he might say something back, but he didn't. Instead, his shoulders slumped and he turned toward the door. Some things you don't live with, he muttered. You just carry them. Then he was gone. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Grimes alone with the quiet. He sat there for a long while, watching the dust float around through the light slicing between the blinds of his single window. Outside, a siren in the distance, fading fast. Another sound swallowed by the desert. He sank back into his chair and stared at the empty desk one more time. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and let the smoke drift toward the ceiling. The rest of the day passed by slowly. Grimes stayed at his desk long after his shift ended, station chatter thinning until only a few people remained. Stacks of reports didn't seem to shrink. He just stopped seeing them. His cigarette burned down to the filter before he noticed, the ash clinging stubbornly to the edge until it fell across the form labeled Noise Complaint, 3282 Crystal Lane. He rubbed the smear away with his thumb, leaving a gray streak that wouldn't quite fade. When the clock struck 11:45 p.m., Grimes was the only one left in the bullpen area. He rose slowly. The old chair seemed to groan louder at night. His knees cracked. Another reminder of years spent in the field, now stuck behind a desk. He looked again towards Rook's empty desk, pocketed his lighter and keys. The halls felt longer at night, the overhead bulbs flickering in sequence like something was following him. His footsteps echoed too loudly across the tile. Every sound in the building seemed amplified, a door closing somewhere down the corridor, the rattle of an air vent, the pipes overhead flushed with a water sound. When he reached the evidence room, he hesitated. The key felt heavier than it should have. Glanced behind him. Empty hallways. The station appeared to be asleep. The lock clicked open with a small, sharp sound that seemed to echo forever around him. Inside, the air was stale, the temperature colder, with rows of gray cabinets lining both walls. Tags dangling from each drawer, property storage, archived. The room seemed longer than the last time he was inside, and the lights overhead flickered once, like they were struggling to stay on. They threw shadows that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. Grimes felt uneasy about the room, but he shut the door behind him and slid the bolt to lock. The sound of it locking back into place gave him the odd temporary sense of control. Quietly moved between the cabinets, scanning the handwritten labels. Most were mundane. Hemorrhoids! Yo, what's up, bro? True, man. True. Absolutely, my man. What you up to, Hemorrhoids? How's your day going today? Traffic incidents, burglary evidence, impounds, but when he reached the newer cases, his stomach tightened. All of his reports were gone. Every case he'd filed since arriving in Cinder. The desert bodies, Savannah Reyes' statement, the Ridge cases, all replaced by blank spaces and new tags labeled transferred. Bored at work, man. Oh, well, here's as always a good place to be when you're bored at work. Get some introspection on stuff, you know, some insight. We're currently reading Relic's story, which is a 1980s style noir, you know, detective, and he's dealing with government conspiracies and cover-ups. Transferred to where? He thought. He opened another drawer, this time more slowly. Inside was a single brown folder, edges frayed, label faded but legible. So are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? So welcome, I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expand your audience and critique your work. Well, there's not much critique I can give for Relic because thoroughly enjoying the book. I love his prose, and I love the characters because they, like, you know, I feel for Grimes. I hate Black, and you know, I want to know, like, I'm interested in what's going on, and I want to know what the answers to these questions are, even though I'm guessing it's some way or shape or form something to do with radioactive, like, nuclear material. And government conspiracy cover-ups and like tests on radiation and stuff like that. But who knows? He opened another drawer, this time more slowly. Inside was a single brown folder, edges frayed, the label faded but legible. Archived. Accident I-291. The name struck him. He knew it. Stretch of highway. What the fuck? It's been forever since that shit has happened. My light just turned off randomly. It's been like 3 months since it started doing that, because it just randomly turned on and randomly turned off. That's the first time it's done it in a fucking long time. Don't know why. Stretch of highway outside town where Savannah's cousin's car had supposedly crashed back a few weeks ago. He opened it carefully. Inside were only a few items. Smudged report sheet, set of undeveloped negatives and a torn photograph. Half of the Buick GNX was found in a ditch. The other half of the photo where Savannah's cousin was lying was missing, ripped clean away. Grimes turned it over, fingers tracing the torn edge. Someone had tried to erase something, or someone. At the bottom of the folder, he found a yellowing memo stamped Personnel Confidential. The ink was faint, but legible enough to read. All finds related to V12 are to be archived under Project Designation Virilium. Access restricted by order of Director Tollins, DOE Division. Yeah, see, it has to do something with... because Virilium's a radioactive material, isn't it? Stared at the words until the letters seemed to blur. Project V12. There it was again. It's a made-up element for the book? Really? It sounds so real, beryllium. I feel like, you know, it's like veritasium, right? It's just it's a random element. But it's such a good name that it just, like, you don't question it, right? It feels like it's real. He stared at the words until the letters seemed to blur. Project V12. There it was again. Same name that had been mentioned back in Detroit and the library records. Taking the memo and holding it into his jacket, he tucked the photograph beside it. Then something caught his eye. A loose cable dangling from the far wall. Followed it with his gaze to where a security camera should have been mounted. The lens was intact, but the wire had been neatly cut. The insulation stripped. Ads! Fuck ads. Why we gotta have them dirty ads? I don't need no, want no, have no ads. We don't need what we got. You can't tell me what you need, and it ain't ads, I'll tell you that. Boy. I gotta get more weed. I'm running out of weed, guys. This is not good. Wait, 4 bugs left. I'm just walking on the fucking ground. Where the fuck did it go? Wow, shit. It's just gone. Three, two, one, toke. Blunt Man and Chronic. True. What's up, Blessed? How's it going? What you doing? What you at? What you got, my man? How your day been? Coiled wire lay on the floor like shed skin. Grimes crouched down and touched the wire. It was a clean cut, seemed to have be a few weeks old. I am alright. Day has been smooth, shaved me head and beard off. Oh damn, blessed. So you look like Kemp now? I could see that making a significant difference. Muttered to himself, how deep does this go? Quietly left just as he had come, locking the door behind him. Down the corridor, the clock struck 12:01 a.m. I look Kemp. Nice. Hell yeah, bro. It means you're taking care of yourself, which is important. By the time Grimes stepped back into the night, the air looked cool but felt heavier, almost like the world around him knew he was carrying something he shouldn't. Station's back lot was mostly empty, but his Ford truck under the lot light of a few months spiraling into the heat of the bulb. Yes, sir, I feel clean. So I saw this thing today. I thought it was pretty funny. So you know how, like, using steroids in bodybuilding is considered cheating? Well, why isn't using makeup in beauty contests considered cheating? Because isn't makeup a performance enhancer? By the time Grimes stepped back into the night, the air had cooled but felt heavier, almost like the world around him knew he was carrying something he shouldn't. The station's back lot was mostly empty, just his Ford truck under the lot light and a few moths spiraling into the heat of the bulb. Everything looked normal, too normal. The buildings across the road, stood silent, darkened windows reflecting the orange glow of streetlights. There's a natty and a non-natty bodybuilding. I guess so, but is there a natty, like, beauty contest? Like, where it's just all natural? No makeup, no bullshit? Because I doubt it. He climbed into the truck, the seat creaking slightly behind him. Took the torn photographs and memo from his pocket and placed them on the passenger seat like evidence of a crime no one was willing to admit existed. Dunno. I doubt too. Yeah. Just one of those things, right? The drive home took just about 10 minutes, but it felt much longer. Every intersection was empty, every light green. Cinder's streets were clean to reflect the glow of the streetlights above, creating the illusion of a town floating on glass. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone had wiped the place down, scrubbed it of filth and of truth. When he turned onto Damon Street, a pair of headlights flickered to life half a block behind him. He caught them in his rearview mirror, a dark sedan idling at the curb, slowed at his driveway. The sedan didn't move, didn't signal, just sat there with its lights blasting into the darkness. Grimes parked against the curb of 347 Damon Street, home. Killed the engine and stayed behind the wheel for a moment, his hands hovering near the glove box, but he didn't open it. Forced himself to step out, looked once more down the street. The light was gone, but he could still see the outline, just barely visible in the blackness of night. Across the cracked windshield, a faint red glow pulsed from inside the car, a radio light. Grimes stood there until the silence felt uneasy. Finally, he turned toward the steps and went inside. He didn't want to pick the fight just yet. From down the street, the dark sedan sat idling. Inside, Agent Meade adjusted the small notepad balanced on his knee, scribbling with near precision. Listen to this workflow. Web dev tutorials, and building my web page as I learn, step by step, and Googling when need clarification. That sounds about right. Just gotta keep learning how to do it, right? There's a tutorial for everything out there. Subject remains active, continued observation, compiling data. He leaned forward, eyes fixed on Grimes' house. The man inside was just a shape moving behind curtains, pacing between windows. Meade spoke softly into his radio. Unit Alpha 7, visual confirmed. Subject is retired, retrieved restricted files. No contact yet. Continuing watch. Inside, Grimes moved slowly around the kitchen. Motley was chasing after one of her toys, making a soft meow every few moments. He took the torn photograph and memo from his pocket and tacked them on the growing wall of evidence. Everything starts at the farm, he said softly. Then he stepped back, stared at it, and turned the light off. The blinds went dark, leaving only the faint after-image of his silhouette on the curtain, motionless for a few seconds before vanishing completely. Outside, the sedan's engine whispered to life. Agent Meade wrote one more line in his notebook. Subject remains non-confrontational, unaware of surveillance. The pen clicked closed, and the town of Cinder went silent again, as if nothing had ever happened at all. Now what, right? It's like Grimes been warned, Rook's been removed. How far is it gonna go until it's like they actually start, you know, full on punishing him, right? Do they know, like, as soon as they realize that he's gone out to the farm, is he just a dead man, right? Like, how much is he at risk here, right? Because with all the surveillance, do they know that he went to the farm? How would you compare this to the first book? I mean, despite the threats and everything like that, and despite the position that Grimes is in, I think there is a lack of tension. Whereas, like, even right off the bat, in the 10th mark, as soon as, like, the house invasion happens and you know that, like, there's a real threat, it's like shit's on the line, so it kind of has that tension. But here, it's like, you know that he's being surveyed, you know something could happen, right? But it's never... I don't know why. Like, that's the problem, is I'm trying to think, like, why is it not building tension? It picks up soon after this chapter. Things are still building. Yeah. And it's not like the deaths aren't important or anything like that. It's just like... I feel like there should be a lasting tension. Especially after, like, you have, like, really good building tension with, like, the deaths and stuff like that. With, like, you know, going to the farm and stuff. And, like, confrontations with Black. But I feel like there's... I don't know what it is, but there's something missing with... It's not even like a... Maybe it's Grimes' feeling towards it? Maybe that's what it is? Like, self-awareness kind of thing? But it's like... He's clearly aware that, like, what he's doing is getting him in trouble. As well as getting other people in trouble, right? But he's not gonna back down. Because he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Maybe it's a presence of authority of someone other than Black. Or like Langford. Someone to be afraid of. As opposed to just like an obstacle. But I don't know. Maybe like citizenry pushback? Like some sort of social consequence for his actions, right? Other than just like being reassigned to this job, I guess. I don't know. I'm not very good at doing that kind of stuff either way, so it's like trying to pick out the reasons why it's not there is probably the reason why I can't put it there, right? And that's what studying comes down to, is like, when I look at this, I know what I'm trying to find, but I can't figure it out. And it's like, well, if you can't break it down and analyze it, how are you supposed to produce it and create it yourself, right? So if I don't understand the mechanics behind building tension, how am I supposed to build tension, right? So discussing why it feels like there's a lack of tension. Even though, like, you clearly know he's, like, being followed, like, shit's out of place, someone's already been, like, scoffed off, he's been basically removed from the job, like, he's already been hit with consequences. And he's clearly been told, you know, you're gonna wind up in a body bag if you keep doing what you're doing. So it's been made very clear that, like, you know, he goes down this road, keeps going down this road, he's going to be dead. Job ain't going to save him. Needs to save that for, you know, everyone else, right? So knowing that there's something like above you over your head and you're still willing to push through anyways is like important, but that doesn't necessarily build tension. Even though we know there's like an enemy out there and we know what he's doing to provide consequences. Well, I think most of the tension for me comes from Black because I don't like Black. So it's like anything he's involved in, I'm just like, oh my god, increases my heart rate. Just like, fuck this guy. It's like, I understand, but like, man, you realize that the compliance is the reason for the problem in the first place. You gotta just have people stand the fuck up. That's the problem, is the complacency of those in power. Which again is like a good message, right? So, Relic, what's the plan now, bro? What do you think? Three, two, one, talk! Now we move on to the Great Hunt. The Wheel of Time. Chapter 27. The Shadow in the Night. I do not understand it, Loyal said. I was winning most of the time. And then Denna came in and joined the game, and she won it all right back. Every toss. She called it a little lesson. What did she mean by that? Rand and the Ogier were making their way through the foregate, a bunch of grapes behind them. The sun sat low in the west, the red ball half below the horizon, showing long shadows behind them. The street was empty, save for one of the big puppets, a goat-horned Trolloc with a sword at its belt, coming toward them with 5 men working the poles. But sounds of merriment drifted still from other parts of the foregate, where the halls of entertainment and the tavern stood. Here, doors were already barred and windows shuttered. Rand stopped fingering the wooden flute case and slung it on his back. I suppose I couldn't expect him to throw over everything and come with me. But at least he could talk to me. Light. I wish Ingtar would show up. Stuffed his hands in his pockets and felt Celine's note. You don't suppose she... Loyal paused uncomfortably. You don't suppose she cheated, do you? Everybody was grinning as if she were doing something clever. Rand shrugged at his cloak. I have to take the horn and go. If we wait for Ingtar, anything can happen. Fane will come sooner or later. I have to stay ahead of him. The men with the puppet were almost to them. Rand, Loyal said suddenly. I don't think that's a... Abruptly, the men let their poles clatter to the packed dirt street. Instead of collapsing, the Trolloc leapt for Rand with outstretched hands. There was no time to think. Instinct brought the sword out of its sheath in a flashing arc. The moon rises over the lakes. The Trolloc staggered back with a bubbling cry, snarling even as it fell. For an instant everyone stood frozen, and the men, the Dark Friends, they had to be, looked from the Trolloc lying in the street to Rand, with the sword in his hands and Loyal at his side. They turned and ran. Rand was staring at the Trolloc too. The void had surrounded him before his hand touched hilt. Saidin shone in his mind, beckoning, sickening. With an effort, he made the void vanish and licked his lips. Without the emptiness, fear crawled on his skin. Loyal, we have to get back to the inn. Shurin's alone, and they grunted as he was lifted into the air by a thick arm long enough to pin both of his to his chest. A hairy hand grabbed his throat. He caught sight of a tusked snout just over his head. The rank smell filled his nose, equal parts sour sweat and pigsty. As quickly as it had seized him, the hand at his throat was torn away. Stunned, Rand stared at it, at the thick Ogier fingers clutching the Trolloc's fist. Hold on, Rand. Well's voice sounded strained. The Ogier's other hand came around to took hold of the arm still holding Rand above the ground. Hold on. Rand was shaken from side to side as Ogier and Trolloc struggled. Abruptly, he fell free, staggering. He took 2 steps to get clear and turned back, the sword raised. Standing behind the boar-snouted Trolloc, Loyal had it by the wrist and forearm, holding its arms spread wide, breathing hard with the effort. Trolloc snarled gutturally in the harsh Trolloc tongue, throwing its head back in efforts to catch Loyal with a tusk. Their boots scuffed along the dirt of the street. Rand tried to find a place to put his blade in the Trolloc without hurting Loyal, but Ogier and Trolloc spun in their rough dance so much that he could not find an opening. With a grunt, the Trolloc pulled his left arm free, but before it could loose itself completely, Loyal snapped his own arm around its neck, hugging the creature close. The Trolloc clawed at its sword. The scythe-like blade hung on the wrong side for left-handed use, but inch by inch the dark steel began sliding out of the scabbard, and still they thrashed about, so that Rand could not strike without risking Loyal. The power. That could do it. How? He did not know, but he knew nothing else to try. The Trolloc had its sword half unsheathed. When the curved blade was bare, it would kill Loyal. Reluctantly, Rand formed the void. Satan shone at him, pulled at him. Dimly, he seemed to recall a time when it had sung to him, but now it only drew him. A flower's perfume drawing a bee, a maiden's stench drawing a fly. He opened himself up, reached for it. There was nothing there. He could as well have been reaching for light and truth. The taint slid off onto him, soiling him, but there was no flow of light inside him, driven by distant desperation. He tried again and again and again and again. There was only the taint. With a sudden heave, Loyal threw the Trolloc aside, so hard that the thing cartwheeled against the side of a building. It struck head first with a loud crack and slid down the wall to lie with its neck twisted at an impossible angle. Loyal stood staring at his chest heaving. Rand looked out of the emptiness for a moment before he realized what had happened. As soon as he did, though, he let void and tainted light go and hurried to Loyal's side. I never killed before, Rand. Loyal drew a shuddering breath. It would have killed you if you hadn't, Rand told him, anxiously. He looked at the alleys and shuttered windows and barred doors. Where there were 2 Trollocs, there had to be more. I'm sorry you had to do it, Loyal, but it would have killed both of us or worse. I know, but I cannot like it. Even a Trolloc. Pointing toward the setting sun, the Ogier seized Rand's arm. There's another of them. Against the sun, Rand could not make out details, but it appeared to be another group of men with a huge puppet coming toward Loyal and him, except that now he knew what to look for. Puppet moved its legs too naturally, and the snout head rose to sniff the air without anyone lifting the pole. He did not think the Trolloc and dark friends could see him among the evening shadows, or what lay in the street around him. They moved too slowly for that, yet it was plain that they were hunting and coming closer. Fane knows I'm out here somewhere, he said, hastily wiping his blade on a dead Trolloc's coat. He'd set them to find me. He is afraid of the Trollocs being seen, though, or he wouldn't have them disguised. If we can reach a street where there are people, we'll be safe. We have to get back to Huron. If Fane finds him, alone with the horn. He pulled Loyal along to the next corridor and turned toward the nearest sounds of laughter and music. But long before they reached it, another group of men appeared ahead of them in the otherwise empty street with a puppet that was no puppet. Rand and Loyal took the next turning. It led east. Every time Rand tried to reach the music and laughter, there was a Trolloc in the way, often sniffing the air for a scent. Some Trollocs hunted by scent. Sometimes here, where there were no eyes to see, a Trolloc stalked alone. More than once, he was sure it was one he had seen before. They were closing in and making sure he and Loyal did not leave the deserted streets and the shuttered windows. Slowly, the 2 of them were forced east, away from the city and Huron, away from other people. Along narrow, slowly darkening streets that ran in all directions, uphill and down. Rand eyed the houses they passed. The tall buildings closed up tight for the night, with more than a little regret. Even if he pounded on a door until someone opened it, even if they took Loyal and him in, none of the doors he saw would stop a Trolloc. All that would do would be to offer more victims with Loyal and himself. Rand, Loyal said finally, there is nowhere else to go. They had reached the eastern edge of the foregate. The tall buildings to either side of them were the last. Lights and windows on the upper stories mocked him, but the lower floors were all shut tight. Ahead lay the hills, cloaked in first twilight and bare of so much as a farmhouse. Not entirely empty, though. He could just make out pale walls surrounding one of the larger hills, perhaps a mile away, and buildings inside. Once they push us out there, Loyal said, they won't have to worry who sees them. Rand gestured to the walls around the hill. Those should stop a Trolloc. It must be a lord's manor. Maybe they'll let us in. An Ogier and an outland lord. This coat has to be good for something sooner or later. He looked back down the street. No Trollocs in sight yet, but he drew Loyal around to the side of the building anyway. I think that is the Illuminators. chapter house, Rand. Illuminators guard their secrets tightly. I don't think they would let Galdrian himself in there. What trouble have you gotten yourself into now? Said a familiar woman's voice. There was some spicy perfume in the air. Rand stared. Celine stepped around the corner they had just rounded, her white dress bright in the dimness. How did you get here? What are you doing here? You have to leave immediately. Run! There are Trollocs after us. So I saw. Her voice was dry, yet cool and composed. I come to find you, and I find you allowing Trollocs to herd you like sheep. Can the man who possesses the Horn of Valir let himself be treated so? I don't have it with me, he snapped, and I don't know how it could help if I did. The dead heroes are not supposed to come back to save me from Trollocs. Celine, you have to get away, now. He peered around the corner. Not more than 100 paces away, a Trolloc was sticking its horned head cautiously into the street, smelling the night. A large shadow by its side had to be another Trolloc. And there were smaller shadows too, dark friends. Too late, Rand muttered. Shifted the flute case to pull off his cloak and wrap it around her. It was long enough to hide her white dress entirely, trailed on the ground besides. You'll have to hold that up to run, he told her. Loyal, if they won't let us in, we'll have to find a way to sneak in. But Rand, would you rather wait for the Trollocs? He gave Loyal a push to start him, and took Celine's hand to follow at the trot. Find us a path that won't break our necks, Loyal. You're letting yourself become flustered, Celine said. She seemed to have less trouble following Loyal in the failing light than Rand did. Seek the oneness and be calm. One who would be great must always be calm. Trollocs might hear you, he told her. I don't want greatness, he thought. He thought he heard an irritated grunt from her. Stones sometimes turn underfoot, but the way across the hills was not hard despite the twilight shadows. Trees and even brush had long since been cleared from the hills for firewood. Nothing grew except knee-high grass that rustled softly around their legs. The night breeze came up softly. Rand worried that it might carry their scent to the Trollocs. Loyal stopped when they reached the wall. It stood twice as high as the Ogier, the stones covered with a whitish plaster. Rand peeled back toward the foregate. Bands of lighted windows reached out like spokes of a wheel from the city walls. Loyal, he said softly. Can you see them? Are they following us? The Ogier looked in the direction of the foregate and nodded unhappily. I only see some of the Trollocs, but they are coming this way. Running. Rand, I really don't think... Celine cut him off. He wants to go in Alantin. He needs a door. Such as that one. She pointed to a dark patch a little down the wall. Even with her telling him, Rand was not certain it was a door, but when she strode to it and pulled, it opened. Rand, Loyal began. Rand pushed him to the door. Later, Loyal, and softly. We're hiding, remember? He got them inside and closed the door behind them. There were brackets for a bar, but no bar to be seen. It would not stop anyone, but maybe the Trollocs would hesitate to come inside the walls. They were in an alleyway leading up the hill between two long, low, windowless buildings. At first, he thought they were stone, too, but then he realized the white plaster had been laid over wood. It was dark enough now for the moon reflecting from the walls to give the semblance of light. Better to be arrested by illuminators than taken by Trollocs, he murmured, starting up the hill. But that is what I was trying to tell you, Loyal protested. I've heard the illuminators kill intruders. They keep their secrets hard and fast, Rand. Rand stopped dead and stared back at the door. The Trollocs were still out there. At the worst, humans had to be better to deal with than Trollocs. Might be able to talk the illuminators into letting them go. Trollocs did not listen before they killed. Sorry I got you into this, Celine. Danger adds a certain something, she said softly. And so far, you handle it well. Shall we see what we find? She brushed past him, up the alleyway. Rand followed, the spicy smell of her filling his nostrils. Atop the hill, the alleyway opened onto a wide expanse of smoothly flattened clay. almost as pale as the plaster and nearly surrounded by more white windowless buildings with the shadows of narrow alleys between. But to Rand's right stood one building with windows, light falling onto the pale clay. He pulled back into the shadows of the alley as the man and a woman appeared, walking slowly across the open space. Their clothes were certainly not Kerheinen. The man wore breeches as baggy as his shirt sleeves, both in a soft yellow with embroidery in the legs of the breeches and across the chest of his shirt. The woman's dress worked elaborately across the breast, seemed pale green, and her hair was done in a multitude of short braids. All is in readiness, you say? The woman demanded. You are certain, Tamaz? All? The man spread his hands. Always you check behind me, Aludra. All is in readiness. The display, it can be given this very moment. The gates and doors, they're all barred. All of the... Her voice faded as they moved on to the far end of the lighted building. Rand studied the open area, recognizing almost nothing. In the middle of it, several dozen upright tubes, each nearly as tall as he and a foot or more across, sat on large wooden bases. From each tube, a dark, twisted cord ran across the ground and behind a low wall, perhaps 3 paces long, on the far side. All around the open space stood a welter of wooden racks with troughs and tubes and forked sticks and a score of other things. All the fireworks he had ever seen could be held in one hand, and that was as much as he knew, except they burst with a great roar, or whizzed along the ground in spirals of sparks, or sometimes shot into the air. They always came with warnings from the illuminators that opening one would cause it to go off. In any case, fireworks were too expensive for the village council to have allowed anybody unskilled to open one. Yo, Prol, what's up, my man? What you doing? What you at? What you got? Welcome, welcome, brewskis. Just reading The Great Hunt right now. He could well remember the time when Matt had tried to do just that. It was nearly a week before anyone but Matt's own mother would speak to him. The only thing that Rand found familiar was at all with the cords, the fuses. That, he knew, was where you set the fire. With a glance back at the unbarred door, he motioned the others to follow and started around the tubes. If they were going to find a place to hide, he wanted to be far from that door as he could. It meant making their way between the racks, and Rand held his breath every time he brushed against one. The things in them shifted with the slightest touch, rattling. All of them seemed to be made of wood, without a piece of metal. He could imagine the racket if one were knocked over. He eyed the tall tubes warily, remembering the bang made by one the size of his finger. If those were fireworks, he did not want to be this close to them. Boyle muttered to himself continually, especially when he bumped one of the racks, then started back so fast that he bumped another. Logier crept along in a cloud of clutters and mutters. Celine was no less unnerving. She strode as casually as if they were on a city street. She did not bump anything, did not make a sound, but she also made no effort to keep the cloak closed. The white of her dress seemed brighter than all the walls together. He peered at the lighted windows, waiting for someone to appear. All it would take was one. Celine could not fail to be seen. The alarm given. The windows remained empty, though. Rand was just breathing a sigh of relief as they approached the low wall. In the alleys and buildings behind it, the Loyal brushed against another rack, standing right beside the wall. It held 10 soft-looking sticks, as long as Rand's arm, with thin streams of smoke rising from their tips. The rack made hardly a sound when it fell, the smoldering sticks sprawling across one of the fuses. With a crackling hiss, the fuse burst into flame, and the flame raced toward one of the tall tubes. Rand goggled it for an instant, then he tried to whisper a shout, "Behind the wall!" Celine made an angry noise when he bore her to the ground behind the wall. He did not care. He tried to spread himself over her protectively as Loyal crowded beside them, waiting for the tube to burst. He wondered if there would be anything left of the wall. There was a hollow thump that he felt through the ground as much as heard. Cautiously, he lifted himself off of Celine enough to peer around the edge of the wall. She fisted him in the ribs hard and wriggled out from under him with an oath in a language he did not recognize, but he was beyond notice. A trickle of smoke was leaking from the top of one of the tubes. That was all. Shook his head wonderingly. That's all there is to it. With a crash like thunder, a huge flower of red and white bloomed high in the now dark sky, then slowly began drifting away in sparkles. As he goggled at it, the lighted building erupted with noise. Shouting men and women filled the windows, staring and pointing. Rand longingly eyed the dark alleyways only a dozen steps away. When the first step could be in full view of the people in the windows, pounding feet poured from the building. He pressed Loyal and Celine back against the wall, hoping they looked like just another shadow. Be still and be silent, he whispered. It's our only hope. Sometimes, Celine said quietly, if you are very still, no one can see you at all. She did not sound the least bit worried. Boots thumped back and forth on the other side of the wall, and voices were raised in anger, especially one Rand recognized as Aludra. You great buffoon, Tamuz! You great pig, you! Your mother! She was a goat, Tamuz! One day you will kill us all! Hey, that's like me, you know? That's how Smokey insults me. Man, you're I can't imagine what your mom's like after seeing you, bro. Like, what the fuck? I can't imagine where that fucking source came from, man. I am not to blame for this, Aludra, the man protested. I have been sure to put everything where it belongs, and the punks they were... You were not speaking... You will not speak to me, Tamuz. Great pig does not deserve to speak like a human. Aludra's voice changed in answer to another man's question. There is no time and prepare another. Galadrian, he must be satisfied with the rest for tonight. And one early, and you, Tamuz, you will set everything right, and tomorrow you will leave with the carts to buy more, to buy the manure. Does anything else go wrong this night, I will not trust you again, even with so much as manure. Footsteps faded back toward the building of the accomplished of Aludra's muttering. Tamuz remained growling under his breath about the unfairness of it all. Rand stopped breathing as the man came over to right the toppled stand. Pressed back in the shadows against the wall, he could see Tamuz's back and shoulder. All the man had to do was turn his head, and he could not miss seeing Rand and the others. Still complaining to himself, Tamuz arranged the smoldering sticks in the sand and stalked off towards the building where everyone else had gone. Letting his breath go, Rand took a quick look after the man, then pulled back into the shadows. A few people still stood at the windows. We can't expect any more luck tonight, he whispered. It is said great men make their own luck, Celine said softly. Will you stop that? He told her wearily. He wished the smell of her did not fill his head so. It made it hard to think clearly. He could remember the feel of her body when he pressed her down, softness and firmness in a disturbing blend, and that did not help either. Rand, Loyal was peering around the end of the wall, away from the lighted building. I think we need some more luck, Rand. Rand shifted to look over at the Ogier's shoulder. Beyond open space in the alleyway that led to the barless door, 3 Trollocs were peering cautiously out of the shadows toward the lighted windows. One woman was standing at the window. She did not seem to see the Trollocs. So, Celine said quietly, it becomes a trap. These people may kill you if they take you. The Trollocs surely will. But perhaps you can slay the Trollocs too quickly for them to make an outcry. Perhaps you can stop the people from killing you to preserve their little secrets. You may not want greatness, but it will take a great man to do these things. You don't have to sound happy about it, Rand said, trying to stop thinking about how she smelled, how she felt, and the void almost surrounded him. He shook it away. Trollocs did not seem to have located them yet. He settled back, staring at the nearest dark alleyway. Once they made a move toward it, the Trollocs would surely see, and she would be the woman at the window. It would be a race as to whether Trollocs or Illuminators reached them first. Your greatness will make me happy. Despite the words, Celine sounded angry. Perhaps I should leave you to find your own way for a time. If you'll not take greatness when it is in your grasp, perhaps you deserve to die. Rand refused to look at her. Loyal, can you see if there's another door down that alley? Yogier shook his head. There's too much light here and too much dark there. If I were in the alley, yes. Rand fingered the hilt of his sword. Take. Celine, as soon as you see a door, if you do, call out, and I'll follow. If there isn't a door at the end, you will have to lift her so she can reach the top of the wall and climb over. All right, Rand. Loyal sounded worried. But when we move, those Trollocs will come after us, no matter who is watching. Even if there is a door, they will be on our heels. You let me worry about the Trollocs. 3 of them? I might do it with the Void, he thought. The thought of Sidin decided him. Too many strange things had happened when he let the male half of the true source come close. I will follow as soon as I can. Go. He turned to peer around the wall to the Trollocs. From the corner of his eye, he had an impression of Loyal's bulk moving, of Celine's white dress half covered by his cloak. One of the Trollocs behind the tubes pointed to them excitedly, but still the 3 hesitated, glanced up at the window where the woman was still watching. 3 of them. There has to be a way. Not the Void, not Sidin. There's a door, came Loyal's soft call. One of the Trollocs took a step out of the shadows, and the others followed, gathering themselves. As from a distance, Rand heard the woman at the window cry out, and Loyal shouted something. Without thinking, Rand was on his feet. He had to stop the Trollocs somehow, or they would run him down, and Loyal and Celine. He snatched one of the smoldering sticks and hurled himself at the nearest tube. It tilted, started to fall over, and he caught the square wooden base. The tube pointed straight at the Trollocs. They slowed uncertainly. The woman at the end screamed, and Rand touched the smoking end of the stick to the fuse right where it joined the tube. The hollow thump came immediately, and the thick wooden base slammed against him, knocking him down. A roar like a thunderclap broke the night, and a blinding burst of light tore away the dark. Blinking, Rand staggered to his feet, coughing in thick acrid smoke, ears ringing. He stared in amazement. Half the tubes and all of the racks lay on their sides, and one corner of the building beside which the Trollocs had stood was simply gone. Flames licking at the ends and planks and rafters of the Trollocs. There was no sign. Currently realizing that ghosts aren't even actually scary, lol. How the fuck do you make someone scared with letters? Bunch of pussies. It's the fear of the unknown, Prol. Fear of the unknown. Through the ringing in his ears, Rand heard shouts from the illuminators in the building. He broke into a tottering run, lumbered into the alley. Halfway down, he stumbled over something and realized it was his cloak. Snatched it up without pausing. Behind him, cries of the illuminators filled the night. Loyal was bouncing impatiently on his feet beside the open door, and he was alone. Where is Celine? Rand demanded. She went back, Rand. Tried to grab her, and she slipped right out of my hands. Rand turned back towards the noise. Through the incessant sound in his ears, some of the shouts were barely distinguishable. There was light there now from the flames. The sand buckets. Fetch the sand buckets quickly. This is disaster, disaster! Some of them went that way. Loyal grabbed Rand's shoulder. You cannot help her, Rand, not by being taken yourself. We must go. Someone appeared at the end of the alley, a shadow outlined by the glow of flames behind, and pointed toward them. Come on, Rand! Rand let himself be pulled out of the door and into the darkness. The fire faded behind him until it was only a glow in the night, and the lights of the foregate came closer. Rand almost wished more Trollocs would appear, something he could fight, but there was only the night breeze ruffling the grass. I tried to stop her, Loyal said. There was a long silence. We really couldn't have done anything. They would just have taken us too. Rand sighed. I know, Loyal. You did what you could. He walked backwards. A few steps, staring at the glow. Seemed less. The illuminators must be putting out the flames. I have to help her somehow. How? Sadin? The power? He shivered. I have to. They went through the foregate by the lighted streets, wrapped in the silence and the shout out, the gaiety around them. The gaiety around them. When they entered the defender of the dragon wall, the innkeeper held out his tray with a sealed parchment. Rand took it and stared at the white seal, crescent, moon, and stars. Who left this? When? An old woman, my lord, not a quarter of an hour gone. A servant, though she did not say from what house. Wall smiled, as if inviting confidences. Thank you, Rand said, still staring at the seal. The innkeeper watched them go upstairs with a thankful look. Kieran took his pipe out of his mouth when Rand and Loyal entered the room. Kieran had his short sword and sword breaker on the table, wiping them with an oily rag. You were long with the Gleeman, my lord. Is he well? Rand gave a start. What? Thumb? Yes, He broke open the seal with his thumb and read. When I think I know what you are going to do, you do something else. You are a dangerous man. Perhaps it will not be long before we are together again. Think of the horn. Think of the glory. And think of me, for you are always mine. Wait, was that Nynaeve? Or not Nynaeve, Egwene? Again, it bore no signature, but the flowing hand itself. Are all women crazy? Rand demanded of the ceiling. Kieran shrugged. Rand threw himself into the other chair, the one sized for an ogier. His feet dangled above the floor, but he did not care. He stared at the blanket-covered chest under the edge of Loyal's bed. Think of the glory. I wish Ingtar would come. End of chapter 27. Oh. Alright, Pearl, you're up next. You gotta read mine super fast. I'm on the way to a dinner. Speedrun mode. Okay, let's try this. Kind of dinner, Pearl. Family dinner, work dinner, social dinner. 3, 2, 1, toke. Like, this should take like maybe 20 minutes to read. Yeah, family dinner. Nice. Dark roads stretched in every direction. Jack, bleeding from his head, trotting along back to the edge of the rig, to his kingdom of transit. A fleet of hawks watched him tentatively, perching themselves on the broken glass of a dead building. So basically a work dinner. Yeah, my family dinners are basically a social dinner where we just yap and banter and fucking make fun of each other and tell stories and have a good time. Jack looked back at the birds, sneering at them as he wavered weakly. They turned their heads to him, lifting their wings and adjusting their flawed to footing. He put a hand on his side, on his sword, and the hawks all flew away into the dark sky. At a junction at a railroad, Jack looked at broken cars, closed his eyes slowly, and kicked his horse. The horse snapped his head back, trying to bite Jack's foot. Jack smacked the horse powerfully, and it carried forward faster now. He didn't bring a horse on his hunting trip. Part of his training was the hike through the dead forest. Stupid. Jack took one of the dead Paragonian's rides. She didn't seem to like him very much. Jack crossed into the Transit Kingdom. Soldiers were constructing a stone wall with cranes, men high above draping their flag over the ramp, over the parapet. "You there," someone yelled to Jack. "Where's your uniform, boy?" The man approached him aggressively, and Jack slid off his horse begrudgingly. Jack's men had their rifles drawn on him, not recognizing their reclusive leader. "Where's your papers, lad?" "Don't have any," Jack grumbled, pulling his royal saber from his belt. They looked at his sword, first in fear, cocking their guns, and then recognized the distinct pummel yelled up with a black meteorite. Stop its end. "Can you take me to the general's post-haste?" he politely commanded them. "Get a car, now!" The man in front bellowed up to the man behind the wall, grabbed Jack by the shoulder. "It's a half-hour's trek, Jack. Let us wrap up your head and then get you something to eat." Imagine clamping a get-well balloon on a dead rodent on the side of the road. Damn, Mike, that is something else, bro. That is absolutely something else. I mean, that's like getting coal from Christmas and with a letter attached to it saying, "You've been a good boy this year." This is what you wanted, right? Lump of coal. Based. Jack walked with the man, his feet still frosty and pulsing in the warmer airs of the fire pits and copper heating along the inner walls. His eyes adjusted to the dark, and everywhere he looked still appeared in sheets of white, like oceans of snow. "I have a concussion," Jack told him. "Of course you do," the man said, his eyes racked with thick worry. "Don't tell the generals. I need them to listen to me. Of course, we'll get you treated," he said, and sat him down, putting one pank of wine in his hands. The man said, "If you don't mind, did you fall? What did you hit?" Jack laughed. "It hit me." He held up a 4-inch long bullet casing in his gloves. The man smiled. "You're such a beast," and stammered, "If you don't mind me saying." Jack took his coat off. He leaned against the table, fighting the warmness and the sleep. "Since your men aren't finished with that wall, I need you to pack your bags. Cavalry garrison." "Okay, we can do that. And bring scouts. Everyone will need their winter gear," Jack said. The leader turned and stopped by the door. "Is there anything else?" "Jack, hurry," Jack said. An hour later, Jack was on his reserve horse, a reasonably sized rifle on his back, and his head wrapped thick enough that it hurt. A canvas wrap sat on top of his head, waxed, keeping his bullets rest dry. Raphael was smoking next to him, atop his horse as they sat in the front of 60 other men on horses. Raphael said, "He could have been pretending to be Paragonian." Jack smiled. "It's them, trust me." Jack pointed at him. "And they are pretending to be Paragonian. All of them are. Paragonians don't actually serve a god, they just pretend." "I have a feeling you are speaking from spite, Jack," Raphael said. "Yes, I am. What about it?" he said, hair whipping in the wind. "That sounds racist." "Yeah, it is. What of it?" I love that energy. "You are angry, and that's good, but you want revenge from too many people," he said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Don't die for this. Die for Hendrik." Jack nodded. "He'll get his due." But you'd better live to see the day," Raphael said then. "Right?" Jack said. "Right," Raphael said. "Let's ride." Yeah, if he dies before he kills Hendrik and avenges Taro, the fuck is Taro gonna think of him? But then again, Hendrik's got some pretty heavy plot armor, too. Yeah, fuck the Paragonians. Paragonians are fake. They're phony poser bitches. Hendrik went into his throne room. The whole place a mess. In the back, in the dark, he walked to his bedroom. Across the hall, he opened his closet. He'd gotten used to the stench of the dead bodies. 2 men, 1 old and 1 young, and 2 women of the same sort. Painstakingly, by himself, he dragged the metal cart from the ammo depot into the room, loaded the bodies. So funny that literally owe everything to them, but they're just such dicks, everyone just agrees they suck. I mean, that's what happens when you're an arrogant bastard. Like, you can be the greatest of the greatest, but if you're a dick, no one likes you. You can be the worst of the worst, but as long as you're nice and you're humble and you're, you know, can communicate with people, then people don't give a shit. It's like such an easy concept that just being polite and treating people like people will get you further than anything else in the world. Hendrik went into his throne room. The whole place a mess. In the back, in the dark, he walked to his bedroom. Across the hall, he opened his closet. He got used to the stench of the dead bodies. 2 men, 1 old, 1 young, 2 women at the same sort. Painstakingly, by himself, he dragged the metal cart from the ammo depot to the room, loading the bodies. With a sigh, he reached into the dark, pulling a mask from a cord above them. It was similar to the one he wore, but the face was metal and studded with crystals instead of diamonds. Beneath the face, his 2 crystal forearms and legs hanging shinily in the blackness. He put these into a bag at his hip. A dozen years ago, when Hendrik was part of the academy, still he went into the clock tower one evening looking for a more detailed text to study. He had been studying the history of artillery in the Paragonian War. Ads, we're gonna get us some ads, so you guys are ready for the ads. We gonna get us some ads, that's what we get is the ads. So prepare for the ads, let's go with the ads. Oh yeah, we got the ads, let's go for the ads. Ads, 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 ads. Where the fuck are these ads, bitch? Pop up, motherfucker. Bitch, please, I need ads, come, ads. See, all you gotta do is, summon them. I summon the ads, summon forth! This time I call to you. I did not wish for them to come, but I still did make a call. You can call to them and just wish they did not respond. It is the simple act of it that causes not such a guilt when they do. You say, at least I tried, right? Next thing you know, the ads are on your doorstep, asking for everything in your fridge and closet and cupboard and pantry, and next thing you know, they're going to be asking what's in your fucking pants. And they're going to be asking you to change what's in your pants. No, change your pants! Not what's in your pants. I want new pants. You can't tell me new pants gets from ads, because I never get good ads for pants. I would never buy the things. Like, my clothes like 11 years old, bro. This, like, shit from, like, 2015, 2014. Like, maybe even older, like 2011, maybe. These might be 15 years old. That's crazy, bro. Them some ads. So yeah, I don't need that because you ain't gonna get no money from me from it. So why you show it to me, right? Show me what you're gonna get money out of me from. Oh wait, that's right. You can't get money out of me, so don't show ads. Oh. It just makes sense, right? I mean, you just gotta logic that shit out. Step by step, 2 + 2 = 12. Right? It's just like, there is a logic and there is a formation to it. A lot of people just can't see it, right? You can't see the origins of it. Of such greatness. Of such a mind that can comprehend. But not that yours can't, it just we'll never know the answer. And if it ever did, well, then I wouldn't be the only one, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! To get ads that weren't something that I would ever buy, and if you did like any kind of like data tracking on me, you would know that. And Twitch is like the one place where like they don't data track you. They don't serve you like specific ads. So they have a really bad like return margin because they're giving me ads in French for fast food when I don't buy fast food. And any amount of research into like my habits online would show that. And that's why Google and YouTube are superior. And pay more. Because Twitch ads just don't have a good return. So when you don't get a good margin on it, why would you pay money for it, right? It's just statistics. Wright was there, behind the maple top of the librarian's coop. Tidier, busier place then. Soldiers were coming in and out of the clock tower, carrying stacks of books and smiling as they stood outside to smoke. And behind the rails of the center of office, Wright was speaking to a young woman named Olivia about organizing the books. She wore the same academy uniform, but was much older. Wait, does he not know that's fucking Arthur's girl? When Hendrik was a boy here, there was never a busier place. Inside of the place where he stood now, above the massive clock in the center, Hendrik stared at the diorama, the rigs and earth and Arthur had created. It moved silently in the dark. No one had been here in weeks. The lanterns no longer had any fuel. Hendrik pulled a large flashlight from his bag, lighting it and tossing it on the ground. He painstakingly pushed the massive table in its center, feeling the vibration of the clock as it ticked. Earlier, the night before, Hendrik had been in the Apache bunker, trying to enjoy the drink and company. "Do you have it?" he asked. Kavinsky muttered. "Girl is in a cell." "Not her, the blood," Hendrik said. "No, remember, he was in the bunker, but left with her." So he put it together. So he understands, so he knows that Olivia is working with Arthur in some way, whether they're like, you know, married or not. Because are they married or are they just like a couple? Kaminsky pulled a bottle with a cork from his jacket, handing it to him. "It's all of Patrick's blood I could get. Bled really bad, so we had to stop." Hendrik stared up at the diorama of rigs of the world, pulled the bottle from his bag and set out the metal pieces, arms, legs, and mask with no mouth. The four bodies surrounded him, his head aching. He reached into his bag, finding Arthur's book notes on Cantalism, flipped to the page he'd been reading, and an image of the merchant. She studied under Wright, and then Arthur kept her safe. Okay. Because I, wasn't 100% on what their relationship really was. Sam was in the court of the palace. Nah, Arthur is just her boss because she was an apprentice councilwoman. Okay. Sam was in the court of the palace, checking his watch impatiently as he waited for Ohm on his new horse. He was wearing winter clothes and a fuzzed hat. He didn't need to stay warm necessarily, but he found himself fascinated by fashion. When Ohm had given him the finest town clothes, he found himself dressed more and more lavishly as he dealt with the political forces in the valley. His Italian was horrible. He'd been studying with a tutor from the mountaintop, but she spoke English like a drunken child would, hesitantly stuttering over her words. Ohm was supposed to teach him all of this, but he was busy preparing. Yeah, it's kind of glanced over. He asked as best that he could. The right people, the people a conflict concerned. Every few days he met a book's keeper or general and asked, "Fighting a war?" They pretended not to understand him. He finally asked Ohm the night before last, and he told him to meet here. They would ride into the mountains, show the country, and tell each other everything. Julia said, "That's a crock of shit," but Sam was reluctant to discount Ohm as a man. He was clearly a successful leader, a good militant. He was thousands of years old. He had things to teach him, Sam supposed. Sam was waiting impatiently for a man who had seen entire lifetimes of waiting, and felt embarrassed every time he checked his watch. He told Julia, "We're nothing like him. He says to not count your time, but make time count." Julia stayed with the family, not interested in her relationship with such an old man. Sam turned his head. Sound very far away. The sound of Ohm's heavy form entering the stables. The stable was like its own street, with farriers tending the horses, hooves, smiths attacking the molten shape of different tackle, and armorers putting faceplates on the snouts of the animals. When they stopped their work and regarded Ohm, Sam could hear. He stood tall onto a horse, leaving from the front, men moving quickly out of the way. "Good, son," Ohm greeted Sam. He was 20 feet away, but he knew he could hear. Sam responded with a whisper, "Old bum." And they both started laughing. Ohm pulled his horse next to Sam's. Ohm had 2 rifles slung over his shoulder, handing one to Sam. "We're going to the pheasant grounds. They are in season, Ohm said. Sam said, "I thought you were going to show me the next colony." Over the valley was a whole world of the Empire he hadn't seen yet. "We can, if you would like to, but it's further than I planned," Ohm said. "Besides, it's the same as it is here." Sam shook his head. "I want to be clear with you. I've been waiting weeks to spend this time with you. We need to catch up to speed on what's important now." "Are you sure you want to know what's truly important?" Ohm asked. "Because there are things important now. Over that mountain, in the tunnels, and other colonies around the country. Hell, around several countries." Ohm held up a finger, held it to his chest, then pointed it to Sam. Launching into his tirade, he seemed like a much younger man. Ohm finished. And there is what is important for the 2 of us. Godly creatures. This empire is 400 years old, but I have lived for thousands. You will live for thousands." Sam nodded. He said, "I want to see this world." And Ohm pulled his horse closer. Ohm sighed, hanging the rifle around Sam's chest. "Very well, we will go to the next town over. But if we see a pig on the way, I hope you'll shoot it. On the way, we will talk, please." Is that sufficient, Prole? Are we good? I want to see if there's an update on this shit. Trump. Oh shit. Trump releases photo of White House correspondent's dinner shooter. Guys. Why doesn't he have a shirt on? Interesting. Oh shit, he released the footage of this shit? Dude, look at that shit! Dude, he just fucking what the fuck? Look, okay, look, look right here. Look how fast he covers this in like 4 seconds. There he is. And they're just like, no chance. You see a guy running like that, you just fucking open fire on him. You do, like, now I bet you they're gonna say, "Oh, why did they shoot? Why did they shoot? Oh, no, he wasn't doing anything. He wasn't doing anything. Why did they shoot?" Dude, you don't run like that if you're not doing anything. Just don't fucking do that like an idiot. Photo just posted by Donald Trump appeared to show the suspect identified as Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old teacher. A fucking okay. A guy like this was teaching your fucking kids. That's fucking scary, bro. California. On the ground, surrounded by law enforcement officers at the Washington Hilton following the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I thought the guy was dead, but he's in, like, handcuffs. teacher from California opened fire at the correspondence dinner. Someone's gonna have a lot of questions to answer about how he got in. Democrat propaganda can make you do stupid things. They need to control their rhetoric because it's beyond obvious they are radicalizing Americans at this point. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Dramatic new video shows law enforcement with guns drawn searching for the shooter and yelling, "We have one down," as panic and confusion erupt after gunshots were heard. It doesn't look like he shot anyone. That's what I'm confused about, is that first they said the shooter was dead. They said gunshots. I don't think the guy actually fired. I think he pulled out the gun and they just instantly clapped the fucking dude.
Got one down.
Because I think the one down that they say is the shooter. But that's why, like, reporting is so bad. Because they just have these, like, clickbait headlines 2 minutes after it happens.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be, like, this is gonna be insane news tomorrow. When, like, all of this comes out, when they have, like, a press statement, when they've got all the information. Like, what the fuck was the guy doing here? Is that the guy on the ground there? You can see his feet. See his feet? Right there? That's a guy lying down on the ground. You think Levitt is going to take the fall because she said there were going to be shots fired. Wait, who said what? Who's Levitt? So someone called that there was gonna be a shooting. Dude, investigate the fuck out of that. Cause that means maybe this was pre-coordinated and they had like a ring of people and they're like, hey, we're gonna go do this. Why the fuck was that not investigated, right? That's what I want to know. Caroline Levitt calls on someone to watch tonight because Donald Trump will bring the heat and there will be shots. Wait, what the fuck? When was this?
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny, it'll be entertaining, there will be some shots fired.
Okay, this is what I mean by, like, reporting. When she says shots fired, she means making fun of people. She means he's gonna be bantering. The context to this is so fucking important. When she says shots fired... But no, she literally, like, listen to what she says. Like, listen to the context. I'm gonna turn the music off. Okay, let's turn this up. But listen to, like, the exact words that she uses so you can tell the exact context of what she's talking about.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny, it'll be entertaining, there will be some shots fired tonight.
There will be some shots fired tonight, which means he's gonna make fun of some people. He's gonna point some people out. They were all talking about this before it happened, like dumbasses. I'm sure there's other things, but I'm just saying, in the context of this clip, she is clearly saying he's going to make fun of people. He's gonna point things out to people. He's going to, like, basically embarrass people, right? He's gonna roast them. In the context of clearly what she's saying. So for them to say that she said that shots are gonna be fired for something like that, I feel like this is just really bad reporting. Right? Like, it's total clickbait. That's not at all what she said. But if other people were saying there's gonna be something, I'd love to see those other things. See, I'm pretty sure that's like a fucking body bag, guys. Thomas Cole, 31, from California, has been identified as the suspect in the shooting tonight at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington. The FBI confirming that Al is currently in custody and was carrying a shotgun as well as a handgun when he entered the Washington... Okay, he's not dead then. So he's not dead, he's in custody. Yes, Scotty, but it's weird how much this has happened around this specific scenario that just happened. And, Prol, I'm going to say that she shouldn't have said those words. Like, this is a clear point of not understanding how language can be taken out of context. If you're a media public speaker, like, there are ways that you just can't phrase things, right? So she definitely fucked up by saying that. But, like, if I saw that clip individually, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, investigator. I'd be like, okay, maybe she needs to do some media training to be like, okay, you can't say that shit, right? Like, you can't, we understand what you're saying, but you just, you know, you can't do that. But as far as, like, investigating her being like, oh man, this is preemptive, that specific clip, to me, is not justified. But there could be other clips of other people being like, he's gonna say something, someone's gonna try and shoot him. And other stuff like that that can be kind of misconstrued. And then there's going to be probably stuff that straight up people say, nah, man, he's going to get shot tonight. Like, someone's going to go in there. And I don't doubt that that exists somewhere, right? It's just the credibility of it and the investigation that was behind it. Teacher of the month. Wait, this guy's a fucking teacher of the month? Yeah, they speak all day like they're villains planning to kill someone. And then they wonder why everyone's the way that it is, right? New, Cole Thomas Allen identified as suspected shooter, wounded secret... Wait, he wounded a secret... So there was someone shot. I agree, it's just like, what the fuck? Why is everyone so shady? Yup. Wounded a Secret Service agent. Allen has been named as the suspect who opened fire at the White House court. And he was carrying a shotgun and a handgun. What the fuck? He is alive and has been taken into custody. Teacher of the month.
Top of the stairs. Got it.
I don't know what that is, but I don't know why it's saying teacher of the month. I don't know if this is a joke. It says December 2024. Lead shooter was a teacher. So they know he's a teacher because he was teacher of the month. And you say there's not a woke agenda. Okay, is there anything else about this? Shooter charged, the magnetometer close to the front door, and shot at a uniformed Secret Service agent. Conflicting reports. And what's fucked is leftists are going to try and spin this as if it's justified. Anyone who justifies this, instantly arrest them. If you say that this is justified, you should just instantly go to jail. No trial, no nothing. You said this? Okay, you're going to jail. Just get the fuck rid of them. That's what needs to happen. Bring the fucking hammer down on them. Fucking, you know, not literally, but figuratively, crucify them. Take the fucking book, take all 12 books, and fucking throw them at them like they would throw bricks at ICE fucking agents, right? Folks, there were two shooters. This one, what the, because this one was shot, killed. The other white guy with a bun. White House Correspondents' Diner shooter has been identified. So why are they saying there's two shooters now? Because originally it said someone died. Can't believe a shooter got into the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What does the Secret Service do for real? Like, what if Nikki got shot? I'm gonna need a word with Trump. Well, Blitzer says that he was just feet away from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter. Says he was thrown to the ground by a police officer. It was a very, very serious weapon. He starts shooting. I happened to be a few feet away from him as he was shooting, and of course the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me. Unconfirmed to be the body of the shooter. Well, this is going to be interesting. That's fucking crazy. Guys, what has the world come to? And it's like, the worst thing about it is like, you know how it's kind of the idea of like your country is secure when your capital is secure? Well, apparently the capital's not secure. And it's like, think about all the other people that are there too, not just Trump, right? Like, and then it's gonna be like, oh, this guy had a manifesto, oh, this guy had this guy was showing signs, no one ever did anything about it. It's like, how many times is it gonna take until something is done to just retroactively remove these people from society so that this shit can't happen? Right? Like, we just need to start acting like adults and just be able to call things for what the fuck they are. And call it fork, a duck, a fucking spoon, a gun, a knife, a knife, right? Who the fuck goes to the White House with a fucking shotgun? And to me, he's a teacher! He's been teaching kids! How many people has this guy, like, propagandized and, like, programmed and, like, psychologically influenced? Like, that's what scares me the fucking most, is that knowing that these are... Because, like, here's the thing, right? The problem with teaching is that you get paid so little, the incentives to be a teacher are either you really like kids so you want to teach them stuff, and you're positive, or you really don't like kids, you really don't like people, and you want to use them as weapons. Like, you're not going in it for the pay. You're not going in it because it like gets rewarded. You're not going into it for these other reasons. You're going in it because you want to make the world a better place, and you want to help people, or you want to use the power that it has in order to manipulate the next generation. Like, there's no, like, in between, right? Which is, like, the problem why we get such terrible teachers and people that are, like, this extreme and shit like that, right? Like, I never had a bad teacher. I mean, that's not true. My grade 10 math teacher, I failed grade 10 math, even though I passed, like, she literally failed me, even though all of, like, the statistical, like, progression was there. She just didn't like me because all I did was read in class because I fucking hated her. But it's like, I literally passed everything, but she was still like, nope. And I was like, isn't this the kind of biggest bullshit? And then I was just like tweaked. Because it's like, how the fuck can you hold me back even though I know what I'm doing? Like, so you can literally hold me back because you don't like me? Like, fuck that. Shit bullshit. Only class I ever failed. That should say something too, right? It's like... And then I took Math 10 and Math 11 all in 1 year. With a different teacher. Fucking joke. And then grade 12 film teacher retires and can't use the equipment, fail my movie. Basically, lose my entrance into the film industry. It's one of the hardest industries to break into, and getting, like, winning an award, like, beyond just winning, like, Student Film Festival of BC, beyond winning, like, music video things, without winning, like, Zoom Fest things, like, without winning BCSLC, like, permissions for, like, documentaries and stuff like that. Like, all we needed was that fucking one movie on our record, and we have a fucking solid shot at it. Nope! Nope, school system is not there designed to encourage you. Trust me on that one. So I couldn't imagine nowadays, man. But then again, you know, with the internet and, like, smartphones and everything, if you really want to, all the information is out there for you to learn. You could literally get a high school, like, you could have the knowledge of a high school graduate in grade 6. If you just went through the curriculum and you just went through everything and you just did it. I bet you could probably pass the grade 12, like, advanced courses, like, by grade 6. Not age 6, grade 6. So that'd be like 12 years old. Right? Maybe actually even earlier than that. Maybe even grade 4. Like, if you're like 8. I'd say, like, between, like, 8 to 10. Somewhere around there, maybe. But definitely by grade 6. Like, 100%. Like, if you just know the basics and you just keep building on it and you just keep working at it and you have it structured in a way that actually makes you learn. Like, someone like me, I'd easily, by grade 4, I'd be graduating. Because, like, I don't know why. I'm just good at understanding things. And I always have been. That's why I was, like, a super advanced reader when I was a kid. And I was reading, like, you know, grade 8, grade 9 level, like, maturity reading when I was, like, in grade... I think I was, like, 7. So that'd be, like, grade 5? Or, sorry, grade 2? 2 or 3? Probably? Like, a grade 8, grade 9 level. I was reading at, like, a higher college level and, like, high school and shit like that. You know? Like, reading, you know, like, assigned books and like that. They're like, here, take a week to read this. And I'm like, wait, you take a week? It's a 300-page book. You could read that in, like, 2 days. Like, what? I could read a Dragonlance book, like, half a book in a day. Takes like, maybe 8 hours, 9 hours to read, like, 400 pages. Right? And you can read a lot faster when you're reading in your head versus, like, reading out loud, right? So I usually just use myself as a benchmark and then half that for normal people, because that's about the average, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright, well, shall we do a video then? We got some ones lined up. No new Veritasium, still no new Chubby Emu, been waiting on that one. Doesn't look like any else. Yo, what's up, what? I mean, what? What you got, my man? How you doing? What? You got something for us to read, bro? We are currently in limbo. Whether we watch an Oompaville video, whether we do Stoner Girl Evolution, or something else. Nothing much, about to wrap up Chapter 9. Fuck yeah.
Honey 1234 is now following. Thank you for following Honey.
Thank you for the follow, honey. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a preparer of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expose your work and critique your skills, as well as tangents and, you know, all kinds of conversations and shit, whatever the fuck we want to do, because that's what it's all about. So welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Thank you for the follow. Because, yeah, we got a, let's see here. Watch later. We got some Kyle Hill. And... okay, I guess I didn't put them on here. Where is... because there's also a Joe Scott. Where's Joe Scott? And... Oompaville. This guy. Or we could do the tick problem. Because there's also this tick thing where it's like, you know, farmers have found like random ticks. And it's like they're doing Lyme disease. And the Lyme disease is supposed to make you allergic to beef. So that people can't eat meat anymore. And then they have to eat either bugs or like lab grown meat. That's the current conspiracy for Lyme disease. Welcome back, what? So yeah, if you didn't hear that, we're in limbo as what to do. So we can do Stoner Girl Evolution, we could do Oompaville, you know, we could read someone's work if there's someone out there who wants us to do their work. We could, you know, there are plenty of things we could do. We could watch a Mr. Ballin video that we haven't watched in a while. 3, 2, 1, toe. All right, well, I guess let's do ticks then, because this one's been intriguing to me.
I know you have had a tick on you before. Did you know that in 1982, a scientist named Willy Bergdorfer discovered the bacterium that causes Lyme disease, a little bullseye infection around a nasty tick bite? They named
I can have you read mine in a couple of minutes. Is that a couple of minutes, or is that like a couple of minutes? Like, do we have time to watch the video? It's 37 minutes long. Or is that like... Because, I mean, I could do filler for a bit. We still got to work on Stoner Girl evolution for how exactly this trial is going to go down, right? So this is going to be like a betrayal moment, but it's not actually. So we don't really know what's happening, but the cook has to basically convict or like accuse like Stoner and the zombie in the tank. And since they don't really know Stoner and they don't know zombie, they only know tank, that's where they're looking. And it just happens to be that tank and Stoner are there, and zombie isn't. So this is just the coincidence of, oh shit, if zombie had been there and they had found zombie, they might have actually had to try fucking kill S-Rival. And like, yeah, no, that's not gonna go over well, because he's like the son of the fucking... Like, he's like 1 or 2 steps down from the leader of the nations, right? But he's like a kid. Not a kid, he's like 21, right? Whereas most other characters are like 35, right? Oh, but then I guess Stoner Girl's like 19, right? But Dilip's like 45 or 50, right? Like, he might even be 60 in like his actual body in real life. So, so this is, so like off camera, S-Rival blackmails put into using Stoner Tavern down. So then with that he shows up with at botanists. Botanist and Hunter are innocent, Tank and Stoner are arrested. And then the cook confirms it was them, and this is like the betrayal moment. Committed insurance fraud before. Counters wasn't fraud and all fires were legitimate, but he incriminates himself as saying it was more negligence. I don't know if this is still gonna happen, because we kind of changed how everything happened, right? So then, Tank and Stoner are just released. So this all happens, right? Stoner, offer... Okay, no, yeah, okay, it's already... Offer to help rebuild the tavern even though the charges are dropped. So this is actually offer to help rebuild tavern. Once, they learn... Okay, actually, we're gonna do this. So it's like... Learn that S rival blackmailed Cook and he is rebuilding Cavern Donor Tank offer to help rebuild and I don't know why I keep doubling up. Learn that the S-Rival blackmailed the Cook. Tank and Stoner offer to help rebuild the tavern. So... Cook says he is going to rebuild tavern. Tank and Stoner offer to help rebuild. He's pissed and he can't do anything, so he threatens them by saying they'll always be watching. Secondary events with zombies. Something about the person who knows... Okay, so we have to do, like, the entire plot sideline of, like, what the fuck happens to Zombie. Because they don't come back together again until, like, I think they're after the reunion. So, like, they're separated for quite a significant amount of time. And then when the union happens and everyone comes back, that's when we see Zombie again. But then it's like Zombie has his own thing that he has to do, but he just kind of updates everyone on it, right? That's when he comes back as Mummy, and he's like, okay, well, you know, now enough time's passed, I can't talk, like, I can't communicate, so it's like, he can't really tell what's going on, but everyone's like, alright, and he's like, I got my own thing I gotta do. But he's gonna have a couple of other characters with him that can, like, pass the information on, right? He's got, like, his translators for him or whatever. But I still haven't figured out exactly how that all is gonna go down, like, exactly the details, because it's kind of important to figure out how that person is related to him, whether it's a family member, because what I'm thinking, it's a family member that recognizes him, coincidentally, and the only reason he gets recognized is they go to Techno. So why does Zombie go to Techno again? Hold on. Why does Zombie leave? There's a reason for it. Okay, so they're with the zombie, they're with the zombie, they're with the zombie, they're with the zombie. Hunt, right, they go to the... Oh, right, for the support of the new pet. They weren't... Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's why. The hunter and the zombie are in a different place. And then when they hear of the arrest, Zombie's like, oh shit, that means they're going to be looking for me. So this is when Zombie leaves. So once Zombie hears, so this is like... where would it be? Here. This will be... Zombie hears of arrest and is told by Hunter to go to south of the city. Introduce another character and be a guide for Zombie. Behind in I guess we call it Middle Minnows, Religion, and Techno Mint. Zombie meets several characters. Zombie is engaged by Z rival. Z rival. Discuss zombie body origins. And then this explains a lot about zombies and stuff like that, right? So we have that covered. Okay, so I'm thinking for zombie, when he comes back for like before the reunion and the time skip and everything, right? Like he comes back while they're rebuilding, and he's there when the Cardinal shows up. And this is like, because I'm like just imagining how this has to go down, right? Like, S-Rival has to see that Zombie is there and intervene. He's like, oh shit, that's Zombie. But when he intervenes, that's when the Cardinal shows up. And when the Cardinal shows up, everything goes to shit. And during the fight, basically, S-Rival and all the characters get completely defeated. And they can't do anything. So at this point, S-Rival is like out of the picture in some way, which allows Zombie, since he's already dead, right? He's not really affected by it. It's like, okay, well shit, well now I kind of have to run away. Because it's like S-Rival now knows who he is, so he can't stay in Menos anymore. So that's the reason why he's going to take a couple of characters and they're going to say, hey man, let's go to Menos, or let's go to Techno. Like, he has no jurisdiction there. You're probably going to like it in Techno. We'll go there. Or maybe other parts of Menos. And this is the problem again, where it's like, I don't want him to go to Techno yet. I want him to go to the other side of Menos for the time skip. No, maybe he'll just come back as a mummy now. And then he'll come back as a cyborg after the time skip. And then he won't be a mummy anymore. And he won't be dead technically. Or, you know, he'll be like in a state where they can't tell that he's dead. So then that basically disguises him. Because he basically just says, oh, you're just a normal guy from Techno. Because like with Cyberpunk, right? Techno has like people there that are like cybernetic, right? Like you have like body parts that have been like replaced by machines. Because that's like how advanced their technology is, right? So I want like he can go from a zombie to a mummy to a cyborg. So his mummy transformation basically has to take place now. So he's going to be like, yo, maybe discussing things that have to do with it. And the Techno place is like, hey man, you know, maybe we could figure something out for you in the Techno place. They might have someone out there that has enough information. Maybe that's when they meet the medic. We could have a medic and like a religious person, so it shows the mix of the two people. And one's like burial rites, and the other one's science, right? So it's like, well, for burial rites, we like preserve people, right? Well, for foods, we also do the same thing for preserve people. Do we have a method that we know to preserve people? And then they kind of work together to basically mummify the zombie. Because they're also like curious science people, and now that they're like, wait, there are zombies that aren't bad? And it's like, yeah, there are some zombies, but I don't know if any zombies... Well, I mean, people are bad and people are zombies, so maybe the zombies are bad because of bad people. And you only ever really see or hear about the bad zombies because no one ever says anything about good zombies. So I need to be represented as a good zombie. And it'll be like, mummify me, bitch. And then it's like he loses his voice at this point. from the mummification process, or it's like really strained and hard, so it's like raspy and he can't talk a lot. Well, it's not like it's like hurts him, but it's like he just can't do it, right? It's like he's like, okay, now I'm literally a fucking, now I feel like a zombie now that I'm the mummy, right? And I like that kind of duality where it's like he looked like a zombie but didn't act like a zombie. Now he doesn't look like a zombie but he acts like a zombie, right? Because it's like to show that zombies aren't really zombies. It's just the inability to control your own body is what causes them to, like, you know, stagger and stumble and be like, because they're like forcing sound out of their voice, but their vocal cords won't work in a proper way, so they can't form words. So it's just grunts and sounds and twitches, so they're kind of look like zombies, right? But hey, if you sat them down and sat beside them and got their information, you know, you'd be like, I just got fucking isekai'd into a dead body. How am I supposed to know how to control a dead body? But like I said, the thing about Dilip is his body in the real world is so fucked, and his life is so fucked, that being in a dead body is actually easier to control than his body in real life. That's how, like, strained and fucked up he's been the entire time, right? Three, two, one, toke! And I kind of like the idea of everyone being incapacitated and like the zombie being like right in front of, or like him like not noticing, and it's like, well, we had that bandage guy. Why is this guy like wrapped up like this? Like before it was like a little bit of bandages, but now it's even more. So it's like, does S Rival realize that that is, you know, the same person? But he's like, oh, can I see your face? And it's like, dude, do you not see? Like you can't undo this shit, right? Like. That's not how this works. I've, like, evolved. Which brings me to another thing that I just thought of that I should incorporate into it as far as details go is, well, if Zombie is a rotting corpse, shouldn't he smell? And just have it kind of one of those things of, like, the weed smell covering it up. Because there's a lot of things that smell, right? Like, we're going to have food, we're going to have weed, we're going to have animals. So, all of these kinds of smells, covering up, like, the scent of, Zombie. And maybe even having Zombie have, like, you know, certain things that he's, like, you know, trying to conceal the smell with, right? And then his mummification basically solidifies him in, like, cinnamon or something like that, so he smells like cinnamon. Just to cover the overtop of the rot, right? Done? Egg salad. Send that shit, bro. Let's go. What? I am ready for this. I am ready. There's your poopadoo. Should be in the Discord. Excuse. I have Dance Amongst Dunes. I don't see anything else. I don't know how far up it is, though. I'll resend it. Thank you, good sir. Appreciate that. Oh. Time flies when you're having fun, right? And we're on chapter 9. All right. Now we get into it. Here we go. After 2 months, the first hints of spring began to arise. A loud commotion awoke Ren. The men were rushing to the keep's gates and cheering. He stumbled his way out of the door and into the courtyard. Eliza stood there, smiling as Baron Clovis and Sir Edmund rode through the gates. Father, your knee is better. I thought... It's fine, and you've done wonderfully as commander, Clovis said, dismounting his horse. As his feet hit the ground, Clovis gritted his teeth as the pain sprung out from his knee. I have wonderful news to share, Clovis said, as he walked towards the commander's quarters. Clovis opened the door to see the disheveled main hall. Chairs were scattered throughout the room. Ripped clothes sat in one of the corners, and a dagger was lodged in the wall. What in the hell's happened here? Edmund questioned loudly. Training with the Grim Warden. Ren and his master don't hold back in their training, and I wanted to experience that. Eliza, do you realize how reckless that is? Clovis asked. She only managed to stab me twice in 2 months. The majority of the time I would disarm her, Baron, Ren said plainly. Yeah, and you punched me in my fucking face, asshole. You're lucky my third attempt hit the wall. 1, I told you no taggers, and 2, enough. Ren, out of respect for your uncle, and I know this ordeal wasn't your idea. I will let this offense go, Clovis said, glaring at Eliza. The news, father, Eliza said, trying to change the subject. We know how the exact location of Jarl Cassian. We know the exact location of Jarl Cassian, Clovis said. The room grew silent as his words echoed through the room. What are our plans, sir? Ren asked. We will march head on to him. We don't have much supplies to carry out this war any longer. Many men will lose their lives in this final push. Eliza, Edmund, make sure your men have everything in order. We shall march in the next 2 hours, Clovis said. Frantically, Ren scoured his room looking for his bracers that Aleste had gifted him. In a scurry, he bumped into a table, scattering books and paper across the floor. Fuck! He yelled out. He quickly scrambled to throw them on the bed, but he stopped by the letter to his mom that he never finished. Ren sat down, sighing and holding the letter ever so tightly. You never sent it, huh? Eliza said, lurking into the room. I couldn't find the words. My own mother doesn't know if I'm really alive since the last report. I know she fell apart in my aunt's arms. Her only child might be taken away from her again, Ren said, with his head down. It's partly my fault you never finished it. I did push your training sessions to be daily, Eliza said. How did Clovis take your explanation of our sessions? Ren asked. Mostly yelled about how neither of us could have been seriously hurt. and he did not want to execute you for punching me, Eliza said, laughing. Again, that's not on you. You stabbed me in the leg and instincts took over, and if I'm not mistaken, you actually called me by my name, Baroness, Ren said, standing up. You sure, or was it just one of your dreams about me? I do wonder, Warden, what do I do in your dreams for you to mumble my name in your sleep? Eliza said with a giggle. Damn, called him right out on it. Gooner! Dream Gooner! You can quit your games now. Have you seen my bracer? Ren asked. Yeah, you left it downstairs, remember? Eliza said. Thanks, Ren said as he bolted past her and down the stairs. Ren turned to the corner to see several of the Iron Helm commanders huddled together. What's going on? Ren asked. Apparently 2 of the prisoners escaped last night, and because of that, Baron Clovis is having us leave now, Edmund said. What happened to their guards, and why am I just now hearing about this? Ren questioned. Lady Eliza believes there is a traitor amongst us, and the Baron shares her conclusion, Edmund whispered. Warden, a word, Eliza commanded as she came down the stairs. Ren followed Eliza outside to a side stable where her father stood tending to his horse. I hear you're an excellent tracker, Ren, Clovis said, feeding the horse. I am indeed, my lord, and if you will allow it, I would like to apologize for hitting Lady Eliza, Ren said. You can drop the formalities. She already explained everything. I need you and Eliza to hunt these 2 men down. If they make it to Cassian, our all-out assault could be for naught, and we'll be riding into a trap, Clovis said. Clovis handed Eliza the reins to her horse as Ren jumped in onto Ceros's back, closed his eyes, and began to sniff the air. Slowly Ren filtered out the smell of dry ale, the flowers blooming in the mountainside, and focused on the one foreign smell unnatural to Ironhelm. Fucking ads! I need a drink. I'll be right back. Alright, we back. Alright. Huh. Ren yelled as he spurred Ceros. Ren and Eliza rode hard through the mountainside and through the forest, stopping at a small river that leads to a waterfall with a steep drop. Ren took multiple sniffs into the air, getting nothing. They crossed through the river, so their scent isn't as strong anymore. We gotta go on foot from here, Baroness, Ren said. The faint smell carried up the hill and into the rocky domain of the mountains. Nearing the top of the hill, a soft breeze grazed Ren's nose, leaving behind a strong metallic tinge. One of them is injured. They shouldn't be too far away, Ren said. Did you hear that? Eliza asked. It was just sliding rock. I heard voices, Ren said, taking off towards the voices. A loud scream echoed out from the trees below. One of the prisoners was lying on the ground, ravaging in pain as a mercenary bandaged his ankle. In a small camp, joined by another mercenary and his fellow prisoner. How do you want to handle this? Ren asked, drawing his short sword. Pincer to throw them off guard. Wait for my cue, Eliza whispered. They crept up as close as possible to the small camp, hiding behind a large tree stump. Eliza slowly pulled one of her daggers out of its sheath. Eliza peered her head around the stump, looking for a close enough target. The other prisoner had taken up residence on top of a small rock to eat. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath before exhaling. Eliza stepped out from her position, launching the dagger at the prisoner. The man gasped for air as the blade dug into his back. Hearing his breathless scream, Ren rushed out from the cover of a log, plunging the sword into one of the mercenaries' throat. Before the other one could retreat to ambush, Eliza tackled him, driving her other dagger through the man's eye socket. The only thing he could do was scream and thrash as the blade went deeper into his skull. Damn, that's savage! A loud thud drew the attention of Ren and Eliza. Standing across from them stood a boy in the mercenary's armor who dropped a bundle of firewood. Before the boy could run, Ren dashed over, grabbing him. Told you to run far away from here and go home, Ren yelled as he slammed the boy into a tree. I'll use... The boy stuttered. Stop it, I know you fully understand me, Ren said. You're barely older than me. How are you fit for war, but I'm not, the boy said. Ren flashed his bright yellow eyes, staring right into the boy's soul with them. The boy's eyes widened and his breath shuddered. To own? You're a fucking to own. Go of me, the boy hollered out as he tried to break free from Ren's grasp. I will let go if you... Ah, fuck! Ren yelled, holding his head. The boy slid down to the ground, mumbling something that sounded almost like a prayer, while Ren wrenched in pain. Spares you, and that's how you repay him, Eliza furiously said as she got closer to the boy. Eliza, stop, he didn't do anything, Ren said, grunting in pain. Something overpowered my senses. Fuck, that hurted. Ren said. Kid, is there anything near here that we should know about? Eliza asked. The boy shook his head. Unless that's, like, intentional. And it's just, like, bad language. Like, because it's dialogue, right? So, it's specific to the character. Dialogue is where you should have a lot of fun, because you could basically do whatever the fuck you want in dialogue. Because you could just have a character that just doesn't know how to speak English properly, so they just say words that are fucked. Right? The boy shook his head. We were only sent to scout. When those guys stumbled across our camp, our commander had us pulled back from watching the base a few moons ago, the boy said. How long were guys out here? Ren asked. All of the cold, the boy said. Who did you meet from our keep to retrieve info? Eliza said as she put the blade to the boy's neck. I don't know, they wouldn't take me, the boy said. We can tie him up and make camp here for the night. Before the ringing started, I was able to hear your father. He should be here by morning, Ren said. That's on purpose. He's still reeling. As the sun set, Eliza watched the boy closely as he drifted off to sleep. Ren crept up slowly next to her in an attempt to not wake their captive. Hey, get some sleep. I'll take the first watch, Ren whispered. I'm fine. I'm just wondering who could betray Ironhelm, Eliza said. Questions for tomorrow. Questions. Questions, bro! Questions! Ren said as he tried to get comfy against a tree. Speaking of questions, what the hell does to own mean? Damn kid near shit himself when your eyes changed, Eliza said. It means cannibal in Talak, Ren answered. Cannibal? Eliza said, surprised. The religion of Justar that he comes from is home to the Talak clan. They are the ones he is afraid of. Gray would barely mention them, but when he did, they managed to put fear in the old man. Ren said, leaning his head back. I'm back! Welcome back, Unblessed! How's it going, bro? What you up to? What has you accomplished in the last 3 hours, bro? Primwarden cannibals. Holy shit. So, you know what caused that pain earlier? She inquired. I missed all of you. I missed you too, Blessed. I'm glad you're back now, bro. We're reading What's Story. Go to sleep, Baroness, Ren mumbled as he turned over. Aren't you supposed to be taking first watch? Eliza asked as she turned over. I can do both, Ren mumbled as he went to sleep. The morning sun rose up, illuminating the forest, waking Eliza up. Act normal, Baroness. They've been watching us for some time. Your father should be down by the path soon, Ren said, laying still in his sleep position. Also, you inspired the boy coming back because he was a one-off. Well, that's good, because having one-off characters are just characters that you can eat. They're just characters you don't have to make again, right? You can just have them serve different roles, right? And then they actually seem like they're part of the world and they have purpose and agency, right? Good, man. I worked through more web dev tutorials and attended a therapy group. Fuck yeah, Blessed. Let's go. Let's go! So what are you doing right now, man? We just chilling? We just sitting back and relaxing? Act normal. Oh, we already read that. Eliza kicked the boy awake. Take a piss now. Once we get on the path, there's no stopping. Ren eased his way up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Come on, let's get the horses. Hey kid, what's your name? Ren asked. Malu, he answered. Well, good, Malu. Now, move your ass. We got a long hike, Ren said. The trio slowly climbed back and headed back to the path, with Ren keeping an eye out for their pursuers. They were doing a good job at staying hidden and avoiding anything that would naturally give them away. Baroness, they slowly started moving west of us, Ren whispered. To cut us off at the path, more than likely, she quietly responded. As the sound of an approaching army drew closer, Eliza and Ren would slowly pick up their pace to avoid the likelihood of an ambush. Shit! Go now! Ren yelled as he spurred Saros. Saros immediately matched pace with Eliza's horse as they furiously rode down the path, desperately trying to reunite with Ironhelm's forces. Halt! We only wish to talk! The pursuer yelled. The man yelled and spurred his horse desperately as he tried to catch up to them. The sound of a horn startled the man, causing him to stop his horse and stare plainly at the massive Ironhelm army appeared on the path. Taking meds soon, and then maybe a cup of coffee and stream watching. Hell yeah! Let's go. What other streams you got in mind, Blessed? If you know any other streams that are going to be live later, and you got anyone that you know, give me some names so I might be able to raid out to some people and, you know, expand the community a little bit with who we raid out. And not just, like, who I know and the writing and reading section. I like to watch this crazy man wearing a Meeseeks beanie. Crazy. I'll have to raid that guy. He sounds awesome. Meeseeks is a pretty crazy thing. Not many people are into that, you know. Baron Clovis. Baron Clovis, the man yelled. The Honorable Jarl Cassian wishes to end this war without any more bloodshed. He will either accept your surrender or a duel to in the old Vampirian ways. You may come closer, Clovis yelled back. The man slowly approached on his horse, his eyes watching the tree line ever so closely. I'm like... That sounds like someone who thinks he can win in a 1v1, but knows that he can't beat the army. But at least he's willing to put his own life on the line, right? That's fair. But I don't believe him, right? It's got to be a trick, right? Because as soon as they kill the leader, it's all gone, right? Baron Clovis, the Jarl has instructed us to guide you to his camp where he waits your decision. You may not fret, there is no ambush that lay in wait for you. To prove that you are safe to our guide, the man said, sheathing his sword, handing it over to Ren. It isn't far from here. Are your horses in need of a rest? The man asked. No, they are fine, men. We make way for Cassian's camp, Clovis commanded. Ren felt that something was off, but couldn't figure out what. He constantly surveyed their surroundings as they marched onward to the camp. This is totally a fucking trap! Ren could ever so slightly feel that same ringing sensation burning into his head. My follower count is low. New account. Don't have anyone in mind. That's all good. It is what it is, right? I just thought I should ask, you know, just in case. Clovis leaned over. Don't overdo it. I'm gonna name you as my champion to fight Cassian. If he values their old ways, we are safe on this march. Yeah, why would he shoot, like, why would he want to do what, who's on his side? Who does Cassian have? That makes me think, does Cassian also have a Grim Warden if he knows that there's a Grim Warden on their side? Or does he not know there's a Grim Warden on their side and he's fucked? Ren and Eliza's eyes widened as they neared the end of the path, coming into full view of Cassian's camp. the flags of the many banner lords of the Vampirian Isles. The full force of Cassian's army was present here in this valley, a force that would have easily overpowered the current force. Sitting directly in the middle of the camp was an arena and that the soldiers were constructing for this duel. Good question. The Vampirian army played their varying instruments as the Iron Helm army approached, giving them a warm welcome for their prelude of death. In front of the beggar tent sat a table with a man adorned in silver and gold armor sitting in wait. Jarl Cassian, I presume, Clovis said, getting off his horse. Baron Clovis, is an honor to make your acquaintance, Cassian said. I'm not surrendering, and I will accept your request for a duel, but I will have a champion fight in my stead, Clovis said, patting his knee. They completely outnumbered them. But in the long term, could, like, Cassian win against the Clovis, like, army in like, a long battle? Like, is he doing this because he wants less people to die, or is he doing this because he knows that he can't win? Or is he doing this because he knows that he will win, but if you will win, but he doesn't want to sacrifice lives, right? Like, that's the ultimate, like, lawful good, is, like, you're willing to put yourself on the line, and you're also willing to, like, put the war on the line for yourself. So it's like, do you guys want to go out and fight their army and win and all die, or do you want me to fight him and have the possibility that we don't win? It's like a moral standing. Like, you have a 100% chance of winning or you have a 50% chance of winning, but if the 50% chance wins, then thousands and thousands and thousands of lives are saved. Cassian army has more numbers, but he doesn't want to lose any more troops. Okay, so he's like the good guy. Because that's how I judge who's the good guy and who's the bad guy, right? Who's willing to sacrifice what? So the rumor was true. That is fine by me. I hope your champion is someone of worth. I wish to take my ancestral home with a worthy fight rather than an easy victory, Cassian said. Rendalis Calvain will take my place in the duel, Clovis said proudly. Oh, the fledgling Grimvaror, who fell my nephew. It will be a fitting way to end your life with a blood eagle to honor him, Cassian said with a big smile. Okay, so he does know, and maybe he was even counting on it. By the gods' will, I, Cassian Urickson, will fight for the claim of my homelands bestowed upon me by Gitvar Levison, my uncle, Cassian yelled out as he cut his hand, letting the blood drip on the paper that sat on the table. I, Clovis Brookhart, will fight in defense of my lands, Clovis yelled as he did the same. By Alias decree, the pact is bound by blood. For honor, for blood, for glory, Cassian yelled to his men. Ren, this is a fight to the death. There is no yielding or stopping. The fight is over when there is proof your opponent is dead, Clovis said with a worried look. Cassian took to the arena with his trident in hand, pounding on his breastplate to the rhythm of his men hitting their shields. Ren took a deep breath in before unsheathing his sword and stepping forward. Cassian gave a booming yell before rushing forward, lunging the trident at Ren. Ren swung his sword, barely blocking the attack. Cassian was a lot faster than he first imagined. Ren smiled as he twirled his sword. Not bad for a man your age, Ren said smugly. His sword lit a fire inside Cassian as he smiled in return before launching his next attack. Quickly, Ren sidestepped the trident, swinging for his neck. Cassian managed to duck the swing and continued to pound on his breastplate. No wonder my nephew fell you. You're a lot more skilled than I thought, Cassian said. Fell to you. Jesus, I can't read. Cassian lunged forward again, going for Ren's shoulder, but at the last minute went low, aiming for his body. The armor managed to catch two of the thorns, but the third pierced his side, trapping within him in Cassian's grasp. Ren quickly formed a shield wall as Cassian drove Ren into it, digging the thorn deeper inside of him. Ren flipped his sword into his other hand and began to reach for one of his daggers. Noticing him reaching, Cassian twisted the trident, sending Ren down to his knees. Damn, Cassian's good! Ah, motherfucker! Ren yelled out. In pain, Ren continued reaching for his dagger. Finally, he reached it. Quickly, he threw it, just barely grazing the side of Cassian's eye. Cassian loosened his grip on the trident as he reached up to grab the side of his face. Ren managed to use his sword to forcefully push the thorn out of his side. Cassian looked up, revealing the massive cut that brandished his face. Taking some of the blood, Cassian licked it off the tips of his fingers and smiled. Ren was angry. His flamed a light that was brighter than the sun. He drew his short sword, opting to fight with both weapons. He rushed Cassian, using the short sword to deflect his attack. Ren drove his sword through the side gap of Cassian's armor. Cassian grabbed Ren by his breastplate, pulling him in closer to headbutt him. Ren staggered, shaking his head before returning a headbutt of his own. Ren stood a step back as Cassian fell to his knees. Wait, what did I say? What did I say? His eyes? I don't know. I'm retarded, that's all I know. Get up! Ren yelled. I see you know an old dog's tricks. You were taught well, Cassian said out of breath, pulling the sword out of his side. It was supposed to be his eyes, blunder on my end. I see. Using his trident stand, Cassian stumbled back as he continued to pound on his chest. In response, Ren pounded on his chest. Ah! Another life I would wish to have a son like you, Grimperor! Cassian yelled. Cassian tightened his grip on the trident for one last lunge. Ren charged in with no plans to dodge Cassian's attack. The trident pierced his shoulder. He threw the short sword at Cassian. The sword found itself lodged in Cassian's throat. Cassian fell to his knees again, gasping for air as blood began to fill his throat. Ren looked over to notice the thorns protruding out of the back of his shoulder. As he pulled the trident from his shoulder, he could feel his head ringing again. He was at his limits, but he pushed through. Picking up his sword slowly, he walked over to Cassian, who was beginning to fade. Ren drove the other sword into Cassian's neck. He looked into Cassian's eyes as the light faded out completely. Seeing this, Ren began to pull on the sword, removing Cassian's head from his body. Fuck, man, that's epic. The Iron Helm soldiers began to cheer on Ren as the Vampirian troops looked on in sorrow. Grimperor, you honored him in this duel. We will leave these lands after his funeral. Anyone who disobeys our Jarl's final wishes will be made into an example, Sindre commanded. Ren pounded on his chest plate to honor him before passing out. That was a fucking duel, holy shit. Ren awoke to find Ironhelm lit up in celebration of the war ending. Hearing drunken songs hummed that from the taverns, the soldiers and civilians enjoyed mugs overflowed with ale. Ren walked into the only to be handed a mug. Drink, drink, drink. Ren raised his empty mug into the air, cheering alongside the soldiers. Get this man another, a soldier yelled. As the second mug slammed on the bar, a hand reached out taking it. Eliza began to chug the mug to the man's surprise. Drink! 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 They cheered. Of course she's gonna drink like a man. Just chug it the fuck back. Eliza raised the mug, cheering. If you gents don't mind, I need to borrow him, Eliza said, grabbing Ren by his arm. Where are you taking me, Eliza? Ren asked. Shut up, it's a surprise, Eliza said. Eliza took Ren and guided him outside of the gates, up to a small lookout, and sat just west of the city. The moonlight illuminated the ocean, while the lights of Ironhelm glistened in the night. Beautiful, isn't it? Eliza asked as they sat on the grass. It is, Ren replied as he looked over to her. Their eyes met, and in the heat of the moment, Ren kissed Eliza. No way! He fucking, holy shit, he actually did it. Ren stammered. Eliza placed her finger over Ren's mouth, shushing him before returning a kiss of her own. She gently placed her hand on his chest. She pulled back and smiled as she forcefully pushed him down. Mounting him, Eliza removed his shirt before removing hers. Ren took a moment to take in Eliza's figure. Slowly, he traced her scars, moving his fingers up to her breast. Ren and Eliza both smiled as they enjoyed each other's presence. As they laid there in each other's arms, out of breath on the grass, staring at the stars above. I love you, Eliza. Will you marry me? Ren asked. Shit, bro. That was... Damn! He's going full at it! Eliza lifted her head off Ren's shoulder. Ren, can you ask me again when we're not so connected? Okay, Ren said with a soft laugh. Yeah, putting her on the spot, bro! Eliza's eyes suddenly widened. Oh, so you really do have enhanced stamina, Eliza said, biting her lip. Damn! Well, that goes... I like that. That goes hard. Epic battle, great ending. They get to fuck at the end. Declares his love for her. Boom. Solid. Now all that has to happen is she has to die, right? Obviously, she has to die. Or they have to be separated in some way. There's to be some sort of conflict between their romance. The fact that they have to hide it, maybe? I don't know. I don't know! Can wardens even do that? I know, it's just funny to say that, because it's like the first predictable thing that people think of is that, you know, as soon as the love interest is established, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that character's gonna die. Right? Just because, like, everyone loves to do that to the point now it's like, holy shit, you didn't kill the love interest? Wow, man. You got some balls for going against the norm. It's like, what the fuck? Why is killing the fucking love interest such a huge thing for people? Like, fuck off. I want the baddie to live. Something far more messed up is gonna happen. Oh, I'm sure he's gonna be ripped. She's gonna be like they're not gonna be together, right? That's what we know. However it happens, they're not gonna be together. They're gonna try. That's the best they're gonna get. But yeah, no, I am really liking the story so far, and like ending this war, adding in that extra little bit, it's like, okay, well, what else is there out there, right? Like, we know the world is bigger than this. Now we have like this recovery phase, right? So is this like a training arc kind of idea? Where are we going from here, right? It's like, I don't know exactly where we're going, but I know we're going in the direction of like, is Ren gonna be able to go home now? Right? Like, what does he have to do to be able to go home? Now that he's literally ended a war. And that should make his name as a warden too, right? Because he literally ended a war. By his own hands. Well, that's pretty impressive, I'd say, right? Oh, and that's another thing. What is killing a character is giving it easy, right? Like, it's so much worse when a character's alive because then you can actually do things to them, right? 3, 2, 1, toke! Oh, shit. Was that the wrong one? That was the wrong one. Okay. Here we go. It's tick time. Gotta learn about these ticks. Government ticks and Lyme disease.
I know you have had a tick on you before. Did you know that in
Prequel's 400 years
1982,
before the main
scientist named
story.
Willy
Ah.
Bergdorfer
I'm
discovered
gonna
the
say anything
bacterium
since
that
you never
causes
seen the prequel.
Lyme disease,
Okay.
a little bullseye infection around a nasty tick bite. They named the disease after him, Borrelia burgdorferi. Hilarious name. Tragic disease. What they didn't tell you is that he spent the previous 30 years weaponizing ticks for the United States military. And
Nice.
before he died, he sat in front of a camera and told the truth to a few people. This has recently been declassified and conspiracy theorists were proven right once again. All right, guys? Yeah! I mean, what? Again,
Proof.
again, and again, and again. How are we always this right all the time?
Guys,
This
when is Flat Earth
crazy.
gonna be
I'm not
proved
really
to
a
be real?
conspiracy theorist, but like a little bit though. Kind of. I'm starting to become more and more of one. I don't exactly trust the powers that be. You want to see the type of motherfucker that trusts the powers that be? Friend of the show, Arnuki Beast, Spooky Island, press like. Willy Bergdorfer was born in Basel, Switzerland in 1925. Willy studied zoology, parasitology, and bacteriology at the University of Basel, and in 1951 he finished his PhD. His thesis was on Borrelia spirochetes in ticks. He was 26 years old and already one of the world's foremost experts on tick-borne pathogens. His entire academic career up to that point had been spent studying how spirochete bacteria survive and reproduce inside of a Tickenheimer, and how ticks transmit those bacteria to a new host when they suckle them, they feed. And that is exactly what Lyme disease is. A spirochete transmitted by a tick during feeding. That's Lyme disease. Lyme. You probably know somebody who's been infected and probably still dealing with it even years later. 3 days before Christmas, 1951, he arrived at the Rocky Mountain Laboratory in Hamilton, Montana in a snowstorm. RML was a National Institutes of Health facility originally set up to study Rocky Mountain spotted fever. It also housed the largest living tick collection in the United States, which is disgusting and scary. And it had a second purpose that wasn't exactly televised. The US Army was running a biological weapons program out of Fort Detrick, Maryland, and they needed someone who understood ticks better than anyone on the planet. Willy Bergdorfer was their fucking guy. Fort Detrick, if you didn't know, was the center of the American biological weapons programs from
I've heard of this place
1943
before.
to 1969. It was run by the U.S. Army Chemical Corps, and by the late 1950s, the operation was big as They had labs that could breed 130 million yellow fever mosquitoes per month and 50 million fleas per week. Oh, thank God! They had a 1 million-liter gas-tight test sphere called the 8-Ball, where they tested airborne pathogens on animals and humans. At least they were volunteers most of the time, right?
Yeah,
they had an entire
right?
entomological weapons department dedicated to turning insects into delivery systems of biological weapons. The logic is very simple and even scarier than, let's say, the logic of a bomb. Bomb kills people in a blast zone, and then that's it. An infected insect bites someone, that person gets sick, the insect is still alive, bites another person. You don't have to keep dropping bombs. You just drop a bunch of fucking bugs and they just work and live and people. Willy Bergdorfer's first assignment was to figure out how to package plague-infected fleas into cardboard tubes so they could be loaded into cluster bombs and dropped from aeroplanes. That's awesome. What is he?
Fuck yeah, military for the win.
Skaven? His ongoing work luckily moved away from fucking plague bombs to ticks. He developed techniques for force feeding them through glass capillary tubes filled with pathogens. Okay, we're back to the fucking Skaven. Q fever, tularemia, epidemic typhus, rabies, Western equine encephalitis. All my homies hate Western equine encephalitis. He and an entomologist named James Oliver worked on a program to drop weaponized ticks from aircraft over enemy territory. A military document from the era explained the system. Arthropods, these little guys, inject the agent directly into the body so that a mask is no protection to a soldier, and they will remain alive for some time, keeping an area constantly dangerous. This all went on from 1953 to 1969, the year of our Lord. And the whole time,
And it's still going on. Don't think that it ever stopped.
Hamilton, Montana.
If it works,
A relatively normal life when you're spending your days
then they'll
developing
use it.
Skaven weapons tactics and bomb
The more they
delivery
use it, the
methods.
better they get
He married
at
a
it.
local feller named Dale C. in 1953. It was a woman. They had 2 sons. He coached Little League, went to church, and was known around town as the tick guy at the Rocky Mountain Lab. He would help you identify a bug, and then he also just happened to spend his mornings force-feeding pathogens to ticks through glass tubes for the DoD. So that's kind of like a, kind of a put into perspective sort of moment. Eventually, Chris Newby began an investigation that later uncovered that Bergdorfer maintained a Swiss bank account throughout his career, separate from his NIH salary, which she traced through documents in his personal files, and he never explained what it was for. The reason I bring that up is because this whole fucking thing is a really strange web, a strange bug nest of web pieces. That's
a honeycomb.
Really freaky, and it's a rabbit hole and a conspiracy, and we'll get into it, and it's been declassified recently, and we were right the whole time. Bergdorfer wasn't working alone. Fort Detrick had recruited scientists through a program called Operation Paperclip, which brought over 1,600 German and Austrian scientists to the United States after World War II. Some of them were bioweapons researchers who had experimented on prisoners in concentration camps. All of them were Nazis. Kurt Blom, the deputy Reich health leader, had proposed spreading malaria using mosquitoes as delivery systems and tested it on prisoners at Dachau and Buchenwald. Edward May ran the entomological division of the SS Institute for Practical Research and received a commission in 1943 to experiment on concentration camp prisoners with humanly harmful insects. That's a quote. One of them was a man named Erich Traub, who had been the lab chief at the Nazis' leading bioweapons facility, Reims Island, which was in the Baltic Sea, where he worked directly under Heinrich Himmler on weaponizing animal diseases using biting insects, specifically ticks. The Nazis were in on it as well. Traub came to the United States in 1949, consulted at Fort Detrick, and helped establish a new research facility modeled after his Nazi-era Island Lab. And that facility was built on an island off the coast of Long Island, New York. Talked about it once before with my buddy Isaiah and Jackson in the Red Thread podcast. You go check that out, maybe if you want to. But things have changed because shit got declassified. But we'll get to it anyways. We'll get to the cool island facility. First, what the government actually did with the weapons Bergdorfer was building. Let's talk about that for a minute. So Bergdorfer and Fort Detrick had the weapons. The question is, what did they do with the weapons? In 1962, the Kennedy administration launched Operation Mongoose, which was a covert campaign to destabilize Fidel Castro's Cuba. Many things were done to destabilize Castro's Cuba. Most people know about the poisoned cigars and the exploding seashells, all that fucking crazy shit. What you might not know is Task 33B. A declassified status report reads, quote, plan for incapacitation of sugar workers completed 2 February. Task as assigned was to develop a plan for incapacitating large sections of the sugar workers by the covert use of BW or CW agents. BW, if you didn't know, is biological warfare. CW, if you didn't know, is the channel in which you could find the hit television show Green Arrow. Cuba's economy during that time ran on sugar, and sugar was more than half of Cuba's export revenue. You could take out the workers during harvest season, you could completely cripple the country's economy without a single soldier crossing the beach. In a declassified meeting from September 6, 1962, the special group on Mongoose shows how seriously they took the deniability part of all of this. McGeorge Bundy, Kennedy's national security advisor, said the sabotage would only be acceptable if it was completely deniable and attributable to local discontent or natural causes. In other words,
never be tied back to us.
It had to look normal and natural and like God did it or something like that. Chris Newby, our writer and investigator we spoke of earlier, spent years investigating this, and she tracked down a former CIA operative who described what happened next. The operative said they loaded ticks infected with tularemia, relapsing fever, and Colorado tick fever onto C-123 transport planes with what the military calls sheep-dipped crews, meaning active duty personnel given civilian cover, sheep-dipped. It's a pretty fucking cool term. And they flew low over Cuban sugarcane fields and released a lot of ticks onto the workers below. The operative called it the strangest thing he ever did. And that's fucking crazy. Bit of a caveat though, all right? This operative's testimony has never been independently verified, and he spoke to Newby anonymously. The declassified Mongoose documents confirm the planning for Task 33B, but the specific claim about dropping ticks from planes rests on a single person's account that was given anonymously. That being said, What the government did on American soil is documented, and it makes it all seem so much fucking worse, dude. Between 1966 and 1969, the United States military released 282,800 Lone Star ticks across Virginia? The state where I grew up? That's horrifying. Hopefully they didn't inject them with radioactive carbon-14 so researchers could track their spread using Geiger counters. Oh wait, that's exactly what they did. The releases happened at sites along the Atlantic Flyway, which is a major bird migration route that runs up the eastern seaboard. By God, these people are fucking demons, dude. The stated purpose was to study how disease-carrying insects spread through wildlife and bird populations, and geography in this context is very, very important. For those experiments, Lone Star ticks were not found above the Mason-Dixon line. If you don't know what the Mason-Dixon line is, because you're a fucking dork or some shit, because you're a northerner, all right, it's right there. All right, guys, I'm a southerner. I'm from right there. This is the Mason-Dixon line. I'm from right there. I'm from the south. I'm from the deep south, right there. Literally as north as you can possibly fucking get in the south, basically. Within a few years of the Virginia releases, they had established populations.
I'm about as far south as you can get in the north.
The military released nearly 300,000 ticks in the wild along bird migration routes, and the ticks went north. What the fuck? And luckily, this was not an isolated program. The Virginia releases, they weren't the only ones. The government had a pattern of testing biological agents on its own citizens without their knowledge. In the 1950s, the Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide over dozens of American cities, including St. Louis, Minneapolis, and Winnipeg, to simulate how biological weapons would disperse. They told residents it was a safety test. Unfortunately, they left out the radioactive particles. How about from 1932 to 1972, the Tuskegee syphilis study deliberately withheld treatment from black men with syphilis to observe the disease's progression for 40 years. In 1966, the Army shattered light bulbs filled with bacteria on the New York City subway to test how biological weapons would move through the transit system. So when the government says that they released 282,800 ticks in Virginia for research purposes, you know, that's just one of the many things that they've done to people.
I like how he said Deep South VA is considered north.
600,000 mosquitoes across Georgia and Florida, and they called the operations Big Itch and Dropkick, which is epic. Testing whether insects could deliver biological agents over.
I think he means like continent-wise. Like I would call Canada north, right? Not north, like north, like the Great Northwest, right?
The United States, Canada, and the UK, in which 134 separate tests were scheduled. By the time President Nixon signed an executive order,
that's like Virginia, Pennsylvania, and like
offensive
Alabama
biological weapons, the experiments had been running for nearly 2 decades. Ticks in Virginia, skaters in Georgia, bacteria on the New York subway, radioactive particles over St. Louis, infected insects dropped on Cuban sugarcane fields. It's all there, baby. And it's all done without the knowledge or consent of the people that were being tested on, except for the people in the lab in Montana, of course. They were volunteers.
Bama is in the south.
Back to that secret island lab.
Alabama? Really? I thought it was like beside Pennsylvania.
Is an 840-acre island.
I have no idea the geography.
Tip of Long Island, New York, sitting at the entrance to the Long Island Sound. In 1952,
I just know there's 3
the
rows.
United States Army Chemical
right?
Corps took it over
it's
for
like Texas,
anti-animal biological warfare research.
And then something, and then
later,
something else.
The facility was
right?
transferred
Like Washington,
to the USDA, the Department of
like
Agriculture,
DC,
and the public
and then
mission changed to studying
something else in California, right?
Foot and mouth, African swine fever, rinderpest, whatever the that is. It is the only lab in the United States authorized to study live foot and mouth virus. On paper, it's perfectly reasonable. It's a facility, it's an island lab that studies dangerous animal diseases isolated from the fucking mainland so nothing could escape. Of course, that whole story that I just told about it, nothing could escape it. That was a story for 40 years. The government said repeatedly and on the record that no biological warfare research had ever taken place on Plum Island, little Plum Island. But in 1993, an investigative reporter at Newsday named John McDonald got his hands on declassifying records. They documented a 1950s military plan to cripple the Soviet economy by weaponizing exotic animal diseases developed at Plum Island. A facsimile of a 1951 Army document
they lie about everything.
Newsday on November 21st, 1993. Government had been lying about the nature of research at Plum Island for 4 decades, repeatedly. And on the record, for 40 years. It's important. Plum Island sits approximately 10 miles across Long Island Sound from the towns of Lyme and Old Lyme, Connecticut. This is where it gets even more interesting, guys. In the late 1950s, a woman named Polly Murray moved with her family to a wooded area near the Connecticut River just outside the town of Lyme. Starting around 1967, she began experiencing strange symptoms, rashes, migraines, fever, aching joints that would not go away. Then her kids started getting sick, then her neighbors' kids, then the neighbors. She went to doctor after doctor, and they could not tell her what was wrong. One told her it was stress, one said anxiety, and she punched him right in the fucking face.
I bet.
Another said it might be rheumatoid arthritis. Nobody had an answer that explained why an entire neighborhood was getting sick at the same time. This went on for 8 years, all being told by doctors that nothing was really wrong, or that it might be stress or rheumatoid arthritis.
DC, Virginia, and Maryland
So Murray started
are
keeping
in close
records
proximity
herself.
to each
She
other.
logged
Okay.
every case she could find, every symptom, every doctor's visit, and another mother named Judith Minch was doing the same thing independently in nearby East Haddam. Both women separately pushed the Connecticut State Department of Health to investigate. And in 1975, Murray contacted them directly and presented over 40 documented cases. Dr. Alan Steele at Yale took it very seriously. He investigated and found 51 cases, 39 children and 12 adults in the neighboring towns of Lyme and Old Lyme and East Haddam. They called it Lyme arthritis, then Lyme disease. The disease was discovered and got its name because a couple of moms kept on bitching about their kids being sick. That's pretty epic. The first recognized cluster of the disease that now affects nearly 500,000 Americans a year appeared 10 miles from a government lab that had been running secret biowarfare experiments and lying about it. That's a crazy coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah,
Guys,
crazy,
Lyme disease has
right?
been around for 600 billion years. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? Lyme disease has been billion around. Don't you know that's the official? Anyways, we'll get into it. Let's take the government's position. Their position is that Plum Island does not and has not performed research on Lyme disease. Now, that's maybe true, but the facility did conduct research on tick-borne pathogens as a part of its animal disease work, and Eric Traub, the Nazi scientist who helped establish the lab in the 1950s, was specifically an expert in weaponizing diseases through ticks. So it looks pretty fucking bad, and honestly, they can all go f themselves, to be honest. He visited Plum Island at least 3 times in the 1950s and was offered the directorship, you know, the Nazi was. It's like the same concept as the fucking Rhymes Island lab in the Baltic Sea. Seems like ticks can swim or something, because they got out for sure. The whole premise of Plum Island was that it being on an island would make it safe to work with dangerous pathogens because water is containment. But birds, guys, birds, you can't, ticks ride on birds. They're tiny. It's like a fucking flea surfing a turd down a dark tunnel or whatever. In fact, in 1978, foot and mouth virus escaped from the laboratory into cattle being held in outdoor pens, and more than 200 animals had to be destroyed. The virus luckily never reached the mainland, but only because of the island's geography, not because of the actual laboratory containment system. So, in the early 80s, 2 more outbreaks
world was
occurred,
protecting
this time
them.
inside the biocontainment units. Not of Lyme disease, but of other horrific things that shouldn't be outbreaking. A 2003 Government Accountability Office report found parts of the facility were approaching structural failure. And the island sits directly on the Atlantic Flyway, which is the exact same bird migration route that the military used for the Virginia tick releases. So, birds carry ticks. They carry 100 miles. Michael Carroll wrote the book Lab 257 about Plum Island, and he put it this way.
Plum Island presents more vectors for the spread of infectious disease than perhaps anywhere else. Plum Island is a Lyme disease tinderbox.
When the CDC became aware and began national Lyme surveillance in 1982, the cases clustered in 2 places. The Northeast, centered on the Connecticut coastline and the Long Island Sound, and then the upper Midwest, centered on Wisconsin and Minnesota. From those 2 points, the disease spread outward in all directions. So the Northeast epicenter is centered on Plum Island. So, I mean, yeah, it didn't start from here. I swear to God, I swear. But it's like on a map. It's right here, and then it started here. So like maybe it didn't start here, but it started here. Maybe it didn't start like here, but it started here though. You know, maybe it didn't start here, but maybe it Wisconsin and Minnesota are nowhere near Plum Island, and nowhere near the Virginia tick release sites, and nowhere near the Atlantic Flyway. So you know, I don't know. That's not a very convenient conspiracy one, to be honest. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm just kidding. Some researchers have suggested that migratory bird routes could account for it. Birds carrying infected ticks along the Mississippi flyway from southern breeding grounds. But that is purely speculative. There is no equivalent to the Virginia tick releases or the Plum Island proximity to explain the Midwest cases. That is just the reality. Maybe they started to see it. They're like, maybe we should set it over there before it looks like it's only here. Hey,
that's what I was thinking. Maybe they were like, shit, okay, maybe we need to put it somewhere else. Well, you'd think they put it in a bunch of different places, not just one other place.
For a connection to government experiments is strongest in the Northeast. In the Midwest, we do not have that trail at all whatsoever. There's no D labs. There's nothing. It's just like the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, and that's basically it. Now, in November of 1981, the New York State Department of Health was investigating suspected Rocky Mountain spotted fever on Long Island. They collected deer ticks and sent them to the one person in the country they knew could identify what was inside them. Willie Bergdorfer. He dissected the ticks at Rocky Mountain Lab in Montana, stained the cells from the gut, looked up through his microscope, expecting to find short, rod-like rickettsia bacteria. I don't know how I can say that. Rickettsia? Expecting to find short, rod-like rickettsia bacteria, kind that causes Rocky Mountain spotted fever, but instead, he saw something else. Long, slender, coiled spirochetes. And he recognized them immediately because his PhD thesis 30 years earlier had been specifically about Borrelia spirochetes in ticks and how they survive inside the tick and how they pass to the host during feeding, the exact mechanism of transmission that was now making people sick across Connecticut, the coastline. All right, guys, he spent 3 decades studying and in some cases weaponizing the organisms he was looking at. In 1982, he published the discovery in Science with his co-author Jorg Benak from Stony Brook University. It's George Benach, or Benak, I don't fucking know. The spirochete was named Borrelia burgdorferi in his honor. He received the Robert Koch Medal in 1988, which is one of the most prestigious awards in medicine for some reason. And the man who spent 3 decades, I'm just kidding, that's very impressive. I'm sorry, I can't even pretend to be funny or disrespect that. It's very, very impressive. Beautiful mind, beautiful, well, normal looking guy, but also kind of him as well. The motherfucker who spent 3 decades loading ticks with deadly pathogens for the Army's weapons program was celebrated as the hero who identified the cause of Lyme disease. So kind of a win and a loss all in one. In the late 1970s,
isn't that insider trading?
Bergdorfer had been running tests on blood samples from Lyme patients sent to him by Alan Steer at Yale. He found something in those samples, not Borrelia, but a different organism called Rickettsia helvetica, which is not a font. It is a pathogen he'd first discovered in Swiss ticks during a 1978 trip to Basel. He called it the Swiss agent. In Europe and Asia, Rickettsia helvetica has been linked to sudden cardiac deaths, facial palsy, deafness, meningitis, and temporary paralysis. Bergdorfer found it in at least a dozen Lyme patient blood samples with 6 additional probable cases. Steer was excited about the finding, and he wrote to Bergdorfer, quote, "I am excited to pursue further the possibility of a rickettsial etiology of Lyme disease." About 18 months later, Bergdorfer identified Borrelia as the primary cause of Lyme, and the Swiss agent research was set aside. By the way, the Swiss agent, not published, not followed up on, and not mentioned in the 1982 science paper. Bergdorfer's handwritten draft of that
let's just ignore this one. It might be also doing something on the side. Fuck that.
Sera and ticks, but the published version removed it entirely. So if Lyme patients are also carrying Rickettsia helvetica and nobody's testing for that, they're being treated for one infection while some potential second infection goes undiagnosed, and the symptoms of that second infection overlap with what chronic Lyme patients have been reporting for decades. My mom was diagnosed with Lyme disease after she had severe meningitis. My mom is very tough, and she was crying one day because her head hurt so bad, and she went to the hospital and she had meningitis, and the doctor was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, this is really strange. And then she got tested for Lyme disease.
My dad, he had celiac disease and then he didn't.
Around her tick bite, but tested positive for it multiple times at the university, what they call, they have the dumbest mascot ever, Cavaliers, whatever those fuckers are. My grandfather also has Lyme disease and was really sick for years, and we were like, well, there goes grandpa. He's great now, but he had Lyme disease. They had to test him like 24 times, and just so under-equipped for this type of stuff. The standard 2-tier Lyme test looks for antibodies to Borrelia burgdorferi and does not test for Rickettsia helvetica. No commercially available Lyme panel does, which means if you are carrying both infections, you'll get treated for the Borrelia and the Rickettsia will go undiagnosed. I assume the treatment is probably similar, but I don't know. George Bennock, the co-author on Bergdorfer's original 1982 paper, reviewed the garage materials in 2016 and said that the Swiss agent research should be repeated with modern tools. Still, nobody has done it, and people are being undertreated right now because nobody followed up on what Bergdorfer found 40 years ago.
Yep, sounds about right.
Follow up on it. That fucker could have done it. He's like the guy. He's like the tick man. I'll tell you why. Because the Swiss agent connected Lyme disease to the bioweapons work, and publishing it would connect the outbreak to Fort Detrick and or Plum Island. That's 100% what happened. I'm willing to put my life on it. Bergdorfer died on November 17th, 2014 from complications of Parkinson's disease in Hamilton, Montana. He was 89 years old. After his death, a researcher named Ron Lindorf collected boxes of papers from Bergdorfer's garage in July of 2014, and most of Bergdorfer's official records had gone to the National Archives in Washington, but many more had been sitting in his garage and home office for decades, untouched. In 2015, Lindorf found the Swiss agent materials. Unpublished research showing Rickettsia helvetica in Lyme patient blood samples, letters to collaborators, laboratory records, blood test results that never made it into any published paper, and sitting on top of all of that, big stack of papers, was a handwritten note in red ink that said, "I wondered why somebody didn't do something. Then I realized that I am somebody." I've been saying that this whole fucking video, dude. This was 10 years ago. Stat News, which I've never heard of, published the investigation in October 2016. To this day, U.S. laboratories do not test Lyme patients for Rickettsia helvetica, and Bergdorfer had already said more than the papers show. He said it on fucking camera, guys. On February 28th, 2007, a film crew arrived at Willie Bergdorfer's home in Hamilton, Montana. Andy Abrams Wilson was directing a documentary called Under Our Skin about the Lyme disease epidemic. The film would go on to become an Oscar semifinalist in 2009, and it followed Lyme patients who had been fighting for years to get doctors to take their symptoms seriously. People who had been told their chronic pain was anxiety or psychosomatic, that their fatigue was fucking depression. It's such bullshit, dude. They were told that the disease that they had tested positive for after it's treated doesn't exist in a chronic form, but it does. It does. It does. And we know that now. And the medical establishment had been just fucking dismissing people with Lyme disease for a very long time, decades. Our old investigative buddy, Chris Newby, was there as a senior producer. Newby herself had gotten Lyme disease on a vacation to Martha's Vineyard. She and her husband both got it, and she described it as the sickest she'd ever been in her entire life. That experience is what drove her to work on the documentary, and the documentary was what brought her face to face with Bergdorfer. She didn't start out looking for a bioweapons connection, to be clear. She didn't start out on the conspiracy side like I did, all right? She started out trying to understand why the medical system was failing Lyme patients so badly, which is a really earnest and heroic and noble thing to just start with. The bioweapons trail came from Bergdorfer himself. Bergdorfer at the time was 81 years old, and Parkinson's disease was starting to affect him, but he was lucid, talkative, and willing to sit for a 3-hour interview. He told them, "The controversy in Lyme disease research is a shameful affair, and I say that because the whole thing is politically tainted. Money goes to people who have, for the past 30 years, produced the same thing, nothing." Partway through the interview, someone knocked on the door. An uninvited researcher from the NIH's Rocky Mountain Laboratories, which was the facility where Bergdorfer had spent his career, was standing on the porch. Andy Abrams Wilson described what happened. The man on the porch said, "I've been told that I need to supervise this interview. This comes from the highest levels. There are things that Willie can't talk about." Wilson turned the handler away at the door and continued the interview. Bergdorfer confirmed on camera that he had been a part of the biological weapons program during the entire Cold War. He described packaging fleas with plagues that could be dropped in bombs that would burst above a battalion-sized area. And then when pressed about what started the Lyme disease outbreak, he was a bit evasive. He hinted at an accidental release, using phrases like "accidents happen" and "sometimes experiments don't turn out as planned," but wouldn't say what or where or when. And he told Newby that he had been repeatedly interviewed by government officials about something serious and worried about being deported and losing his NIH position. After the camera stopped rolling, Bergdorfer looked at the crew with what Newby described as a wry smile and said, "I didn't tell you everything." A few years later in 2013, Tim Gray conducted another videotaped interview with Bergdorfer. He's 88 years old now. Parkinson's was far worse. His speech was deteriorating, and Gray asked him directly, was the pathogen he identified in 1982 as the cause of Lyme disease the same one or similar, or a generational mutation of the one he'd written about in 1952? Bergdorfer replied in the affirmative. In December of 2013, Newby conducted her own
sounds about
follow-up
right.
interview, and Bergdorfer was still struggling from the Parkinson's, but still lucid and still good at deflecting sensitive questions when she pushed too hard on the bioweapons work. He'd changed the subject to old person things like the Kiwanis Club or pancake breakfast. He confirmed the weapons program again and hinted at an accidental release, and still wouldn't give specifics or a legitimate answer. He died 11 months later on November 17th, 2014 at 89 years old. Chris Newby spent the next 5 years investigating what Bergdorfer wouldn't say, just straight up. She's a Stanford-educated science writer, and in 2019, she published a book called Bitten: The Secret History of Lyme Disease and Biological Weapons. In it, she laid out the full evidence chain for Dietrich, the tick weaponization program, Operation Mongoose, Plum Island, the Swiss agent, and the garage materials, and she was honest about the limits. She wrote, "I can't connect all those dots right now." In July of 2019, the U.S. House of Representatives passed an amendment ordering the DoD Inspector General to investigate whether the Department of Defense experimented with weaponized ticks between 1950 and 1975? Are you kidding me? Oh my God, guys, this is good news. It was introduced by Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey, co-chair of the Congressional Lyme and Tick-Borne Disease Caucus. This is huge. Why haven't I heard of it? It failed the Senate. Oh, he tried again in 2021, failed. But in the FY 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, Smith's amendment finally cleared. It directs the Government Accountability Office to investigate all federal agencies, DoD, NIH, USDA, all of them, for tick-related experiments between January 1st, 1945 and December 31st, 1972. Specifically, experiments involving spirochetes and rickets. I don't know how to say the plural of both of those. Spirochetes and rickettsias, or whatever. The exact bacteria classes that cause Lyme disease and that Bergdorfer spent his career working on. CBS News reported it, guys. House passes amendment ordering Pentagon to review whether U.S. experimented with weaponized ticks and the spreading of Lyme disease. Now, there's
a big things going on right now is farmers are claiming that there are boxes of ticks in their fields, as if they've been purposefully released by the government. It's been a thing that's been going on for like 2 months.
And determined it has existed in North America for
I don't know if it's been going on before that, but I heard about it like 2 months ago.
So they didn't create it, but they spread it. And they made it a lot better. So there's tens of thousands of years before humans ever even arrived on the continent. In 1990, scientists used PCR testing on museum tick specimens from Long Island collected in 1945, 9 years before Plum Island even existed, and they found Borrelia DNA in 13 of them. And they also found it in 9 specimens from Cape Cod dating to 1896.
Jesus.
And in the European Alps, researchers found 2/3 of the Borrelia genome in the pelvic bone of Otzi the Iceman, this guy, a natural mummy that is 5,300 years old. So he had Lyme disease. And he's
So it is natural, but there's the secondary, maybe
overlapping. They didn't invent that shit, okay, guys?
They just fucked with it.
Maybe they spread it a lot. That makes sense. But just because something's old doesn't mean some bad motherfucker did something with it and spread it to a bunch of people and gave it to my mom and almost ruined her life. You fucking dick. And my grandfather. Who am I supposed to blame if not the government?
True!
Now, to ruin my fun even further, Sam Telford, a professor of infectious diseases at Tufts University, said there was no way the military could have manipulated the disease because they did not know what it was. The pathogen wasn't identified until 1981. You can't weaponize something you haven't yet discovered. That's what his quotes. He also raised another point that the first American case wasn't in Connecticut. In 1969, a physician in Spooner, Wisconsin identified Lyme disease in a patient who had never traveled outside the area. Cases also appeared in Northern California in 1978. So, you know, Telford said, how could an accidental release take place over 3 distant locations? It couldn't. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
And then Maria Dayek-Wasser, a professor at Columbia, called Lyme disease a terrible bioweapon. She said that it's not lethal. Only 11 people in the world have died from Lyme disease between 1985 and 2011.
But it's still debilitating.
Person requires a tick to bite you and to stay attached to you for at least 24 hours, and it's curable with antibiotics that you can get at CVS. So yeah, maybe it's not such a big deal, but I kind of feel stupid now. I'm just kidding. I thought it'd just be important to bring all sides into this. That's just the opposite side, We don't really care about that. Bergdorfer was studying it and wrote his thesis long before it was formally discovered and named after him.
Yeah.
So,
it's like,
they didn't
just
know
because
what it
they
was,
didn't
and they
name
were
it, it
testing
doesn't
a
mean they
little
didn't
bit
know
and
what
all
it
this
was.
stuff.
Doesn't mean they
I'm
weren't
sure it's a mix of
studying it.
all. Usually that's what it is.
Right?
Nothing ever
There's
happens.
just clear
They had
manipulation of the
something to do with it,
wording,
I'm
right?
sure, but,
Another
like,
thing
at
that
the
falls
same
under,
time,
I
it's
know
like,
what you're doing, Law.
Maybe a tick got out. Maybe a couple more people got it. It is really close to Plum Island, and maybe they just kind of maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe they just bred a lot of. I don't know. Shit, I don't know. Jokes aside, the United States government did not create Lyme disease. The bacterium is older than civilization itself. It was in American ticks decades before Fort Detrick or Plum Island even existed, unless you want to say that all those things are fake or whatever, but that's pretty fucking unlikely.
Yeah.
That being said, the documented record is extensive. The government did run biological weapons programs that weaponized ticks for a long time, released them in Virginia along bird migration routes. So they didn't invent Lyme disease, but they certainly didn't do anything to stop it from fucking hurting people, all right? All right, they did more to spread Lyme disease and create Lyme disease than I've done. Let's be
Like
honest.
the
They also
SLPC
planned
or,
to drop infected ticks on Cuban workers from planes, and they built a biowarfare
SPLC.
lab 10 miles
We gotta
from where
we gotta
Lyme
make
disease
sure
first
that we
exploded.
don't
Then
run out
lied
of.
about the lab's mission for
That's
40
why the third
years.
world never gets solved,
So
because
then
then
the man they
the
celebrated for
Salvation
discovering
Army and the
disease
Red
had
Cross wouldn't get
turned
any
out had been
donations if
weaponizing
the
the
third
exact
world was
vector that
fixed. They have to
carried
make
it
sure
since
that the third world is never
1951, and then
fixed.
found a second
Or they're not going to
patent
make any
patients
money,
buried
even
it.
though they're
Told the film
nonprofits, which
crew
makes
he
me
was part
wonder,
of the weapons
if you're a
program his
nonprofit,
entire
how the
career,
fuck
smiled
do you,
and said
why,
he'd
how
done
do you make
everything and
money?
an NIH
You're a
grant.
nonprofit. You're not supposed to make
Talking,
money. No
saying
one's
it came
supposed to
from the
make
highest
money.
level. So,
But it's like, oh yeah, I'm the
all that
CEO
being
of like
said, in
Red Cross
2026,
and I make
Congress
like
has ordered
$18
the
billion
GAO
a
to
year.
investigate whether the Department of Defense has used ticks to deliver biological weapons.
That shit
We'll
hurts
find out
me.
hopefully soon, guys. Anyways, thank you. I'll see you in the next one.
True. No, that was a good one. But we're probably gonna call it early today because I got to get up and do something tomorrow. Some D&D shit. We got an early meeting, so it is what it is, boys. We'll be back as always. Just get one last token here for us before we fly off the handle here. 3, 2, 1, toe! I also have to go buy weed tomorrow. Yay, weed! It's been snowing last few days, so I'm just hoping it doesn't fucking snow tomorrow. It feels like a fucking, like full on, like 1.5 feet of snow. So it's a really nice day, it all melts, and I have a nice walk to the fucking cannabis shop. But anyways, we'll be back again tomorrow. Thanks for coming by, thanks for hanging out, guys. Always a good time. Thank you for sharing your work. I really appreciate it. I hope I'm, pushing you guys in the right direction. Keep writing, keep being yourselves, keep spreading your ideas, and you are amazing. I really appreciate you guys. So, we'll be back again tomorrow, and remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we writing? I was thinking Hellish Mist. It's been a while. But we'll see who else is out there. Well, this is a new one. I'm down for this. Alright, I think you guys will like this one. Here we go. Alright, this one looks good. Get your views ready. Here we go. We'll see you on the other side.
Be that age again? What do you reckon, Geralt? Because I'll ask her when I get the chance.
Hello, friends.
Hey.
Everything's gonna be okay.
Good luck.
Intoxication 5077. Thank you so much for the raid. Am I understanding that your name is in reference to the Alchema Hall? Thank you so much for the
hi.
follow. Let me give you a quick shout out, find out what you were streaming in as the category, although it doesn't often tell me much useful information. Do tell me a little bit about yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna celebrate you with a song that I'm gonna sing badly then, a toxic. Oh, you talk a lot. You're Scottish? Are you? I do terrible Scottish accents when I'm reading dwarves and the Witcher books. We've got something in common. Okay, shout out to ITTOCSICATION 507. I can't find you because I can't spell. So talking while you're on your story is about, and you forget the word as intoxication. Oh, did I miss the 7?